Peerless Douluo, who let him join Shrek? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 of Yosef, 100,000-year-old soul beast. Deep on, there are other ferocious beasts in Xingdao that I don't recognize. The terrifying aura of the ferocious beast is a very difficult thing to contend with in front of a group of soul beasts whose cultivation level is much lower than it. Even if it is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, when faced with the aura of a ferocious beast, even if its reaction is not that violent, it will definitely calm down. Not here, Xiao Jiao, let's go. Jiang Ming stayed for a second, and after not feeling Zhang Lexun's breath, he began to suppress indiscriminately along the mixed area. The cultivation level of the soul beasts in the mixed zone is basically between 1,000 and 10,000 years. This kind of indiscriminate aura suppression makes the entire mixed zone quiet. The soul master was trembling, and the soul beast was trembling. They didn't dare to make any move, for fear that this terrifying beast would notice him. Where is it? Where is it? Jiang Ming became more and more anxious. More than half an hour had passed since the silver-white gem dimmed for the first time. It has been several minutes since it shattered. If Zhang Lexun really encounters any big danger, then during this period, I am afraid it has already happened. No, the search range is too small. Let's continue like this. Suddenly, Jiang Ming saw a firework blooming in the forest in the distance. That's found it, let's go. Jiang Ming immediately flew over there. That firework is something equipped by the Shrek supervisory team. The presence of this thing means that at least there are disciples from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. At this time, not only Jiang Ming saw the fireworks, but also many soul beasts in the mixed area, as well as Mr. No, something happened over there, Mr. Under the fireworks, a little junior sister was protected by a more powerful senior brother, holding a fireworks release device in her hand. Sister, is this really useful? Will it attract more soul beasts? She said tremblingly, her eyes full of fear. The soul beast will definitely be attracted, but Mr. Zhuan can also see this signal. Although I don't know where Mr. Zhuan is, as long as he doesn't go far, he will definitely be able to see this signal. Zhang Lexun cheered everyone up, but her physical condition was not very good either. On the right shoulder, there was a horrifying blood hole, blood was flowing out, and there were several scratches on the body. Divide this water of life into something, and you must hold on until Mr. Zhuan comes. While staring closely at the 100,000-year-old soul beast, Zhang Lexun gave her Jiang Ming from the storage soul guide. The water of life was taken out. This thing Jiang Ming gave her a lot. It can quickly recover from some minor injuries. Even if it is seriously injured, it can kill. Zhang Lexun knew in her heart that they would definitely not be able to escape. The strength of a 100,000-year soul beast was not something they could withstand. This was still a mixed area. If they ran around and encountered other soul beasts, they would definitely die undoubtedly. They can only block it. Block this 100,000-year soul beast and wait for Mr. Zhuan to come over. But, can you wait? Zhang Lexun's heart sank, a little pessimistic. They have been fighting this 100,000-year-old soul beast for a while. If Mr. Zhuan had been around, he would have taken action by now. There is no way that this soul beast could kill the two of them. It was her last attempt to ask the protected junior sister to send a signal. If Mr. Zhuan was a little late and other soul beasts came here, they might not be able to hold on. The signal has been sent. Mr. Zhuan will definitely come to save us. Zhang Lexun spoke firmly. She must boost everyone's confidence. Whoosh! The 100,000-year-old soul beast pounced on it again. Zhang Lexun endured the pain in her body and tried her best to use soul skills to restrain an attack. The soul skills of other students are not very effective. Only her soul skills are barely useful. However, the price for blocking this guy again was that a bloody hole was drilled out of the other shoulder. There was also an extremely hideous wound on his abdomen. The blood continued to flow and drip on the grass and trees, and the water of life accelerated its recovery, but it took time. This kind of injury could not be healed instantly. But the 100,000-year-old soul beast in front of them obviously will not give them another chance. It seemed to be specially designed to tease them and admire their fearful eyes, which seemed to make it more excited. But now, after several attacks were blocked by Zhang Lexun, it seemed to have run out of patience. I saw that the 100,000-year-old soul beast that had been in the shadow finally revealed its true colors. It was a ferocious soul beast that was 3 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. Its fur was all black. In a forest covered by tree shadows, this skin color obviously made it easier to lurk. At this time, it was looking at Zhang Lexun with its blood-red eyes. The fangs in its mouth looked extremely sharp, and the spikes on its tail were swinging in the air, as if it was ready to attack at any time. The 2 bloody holes on Zhang Lexun's shoulders were drilled out by these spikes. The spikes also contained some toxins, which made Zhang Lexun feel increasingly powerless after recovering from the water of life. Roar! This 100,000-year-old soul beast ran quickly, with strong soul power fluctuations on its body. It must have used a soul skill. Zhang Lexun glanced at the junior students behind her, with a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. The opponent is too fast and cannot avoid this move. Zhang Lexun stared closely at the 100,000-year-old soul beast, and all the remaining soul power in her body poured out into the silver moon behind her. This blow is a desperate one. The eyes of the 100,000-year-old soul beast flashed with blood. The moment it saw the silver moon rising behind Zhang Lexun, a bloody ray of light shot out from its eyes, and the terrifying aura was irresistible. At the same time, a bright light shot out from the silver moon at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The bright light and the bloody light collided together. After a second or two, the bloody light shattered the bright light. The soul skills of the 100,000-year-old soul beast are not something Zhang Lexun can stop now. Fortunately, in just 1 or 2 seconds, the junior brothers and sisters behind Zhang Lexun all withdrew dozens of meters, and Zhang Lexun also dragged her injured body to dodge the bloody light. But this bloody light seemed to have a locking function. Zhang Lexun clearly dodged, but she was still penetrated through the abdomen. After penetrating Zhang Lexun's abdomen, the bloody light also made a big hole in the ground, and the vegetation on the ground made a hissing corroding sound. Am I going to die? Zhang Lexun only felt that her body had lost some consciousness. Even if the water of life restored it, it could not keep up with the corrosion of the bloody light. After Zhang Lexun was penetrated by the bloody light in the abdomen, the 100,000-year soul beast still did not stop. It still rushed towards Zhang Lexun. At this distance, as long as it is caught, its sharp fangs can bite off the human head in an instant. The junior students who had withdrawn a certain distance had already rushed over when Zhang Lexun was hit after dodging, trying to save the senior sister. Various soul skills were used, but they were so helpless against a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Senior sister, everyone's faces showed a look of despair. They never imagined that the senior sister would be killed here when everyone was already desperate. Suddenly, a spirit beast stronger than 100,000 years old appeared. The terrifying pressure was suppressing the entire area with an almost arrogant aura. Roar! The roar was so loud that it frightened the 100,000-year spirit beast in the air and landed on the ground almost instantly. Its bloody eyes glanced at the sky. The next moment, without any hesitation, it turned into a shadow and ran away. A more powerful beast has arrived, and these prey must give up. Did I let you go? When the shadow was about to disappear into the shadow of the trees, a voice containing infinite anger came from the sky. Golden Thunder Realm. As the voice fell, a large golden thunder cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, infinite golden thunder flashed, splitting the forest below directly. Big open space. The 100,000-year-old soul beast that had already escaped into the shadow of the tree was unable to hide in front of the panicked thunder. This is not over yet. Golden armor field, open. One field skill is not enough. Jiang Ming once again opened a field skill. The next moment, the infinite golden thunder transformed into warriors wearing golden armor in the air, killing the 100,000-year soul beast below with the infinite thunder aura. Trap this 100,000-year-old soul beast within the scope of the domain. After Jiang Ming released his skills in these two fields, his figure had already arrived in front of Zhang Lexun. After seeing Zhang Lexun's bloody appearance, Jiang Ming's eyes turned red. He held Zhang Lexun's body, and the thick blood made Jiang Ming's hands tremble. Thin bloodshot eyes quietly appeared in his eyes, but he still suppressed the overwhelming anger in his heart and quickly called Xiao Ling out. Xiao Ling, save her, quickly. Jiang Ming's voice was trembling. Zhang Lexun looked really injured. The shoulders on both sides were penetrated, and blood continued to flow out. The wound on the abdomen was bloody, and the wound continued to expand. If Zhang Lexun hadn't drank the water of life before and her 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened, which enhanced her body's resistance, she would probably be dead now. Master, don't worry, I can save the mistress. Xiao Ling could feel the endless anger in Jiang Ming's heart and quickly used soul skills to treat Zhang Lexuan. In Yingying's green light, the blood on Zhang Lexuan's wound finally stopped flowing out. Some small wounds were repaired instantly, but the penetrating injuries on the shoulders and abdomen took longer. It's okay, Sister Lexuan, I'm here, it's okay, hold on. Jiang Ming grabbed Zhang Lexuan's hand and kept talking, his voice trembling. Why are you here? Am I not dreaming? Zhang Lexuan couldn't believe it when she saw Jiang Ming's face. I'm here. Sister Lexuan, you will be fine. Just stop talking. Xiao Ling is already treating you, and everything will be fine, Jiang. Ming held Zhang Lexuan's body tenderly, not daring to use more strength for fear of causing her pain. Master, I have treated Mistress's other wounds, but the penetrating wounds on the shoulders and the penetrating wounds on the abdomen have some corrosive power. I have eliminated this power, but the recovery of flesh and blood requires time. Under Xiao Ling's full treatment, Zhang Lexuan's injuries have been brought under control. The serious injury that was originally on the verge of death was forcibly turned into a minor injury by the extremely strong vitality. Next, Zhang Lexuan just needs to take a good rest and let her flesh and blood grow on its own, and she will be fine. And under the strong vitality, this process will not take too long. Okay, Jiang Ming nodded, finally relieved. But then, the anger in his eyes rose. Although Zhang Lexuan quickly controlled her injuries with Xiao Ling's help, if Xiao Ling hadn't taken full action, or if Jiang Ming had arrived a little later, she would have died. This injury is already fatal. Thinking of this, the anger in Jiang Ming's eyes has reached its extreme. This, senior brother? Senior sister, how is she? A disciple from the inner courtyard bravely walked over and wanted to ask about Zhang Lexuan's situation. Jiang Ming turned to look at him, and his bloodshot eyes shocked him. This look is simply too terrifying. Just by looking at it, he felt as if he was being targeted by a slain god. She's fine, Jiang. Ming looked at Zhang Lexuan, who had fainted from exhaustion, and suppressed the endless anger in his heart. He's extremely insecure now. He wants to cut the soul beast into pieces that hurt Sister Li Zhuan, but he doesn't want to leave Sister Li Zhuan for fear that she will be in danger again. Xia Guang, Xia On, Xia Bing, Xia Olian, Xia Fen, Xia Ojiu, help me kill that guy. Jiang Ming's eyes were cold and he ordered in a deep voice. The elves didn't say anything, and flew directly out of Jiang Ming's spiritual sea, flying towards a place not far away that was already shrouded in thunder. At this time, the 100,000-year-old soul beast had been struck by more than a dozen thunderbolts by the golden thunder. Those hundreds of thousands of golden warriors blocked almost all of its escape routes, completely trapping it in this small area. And when it almost tried its best to fight its way out of the golden warriors, it desperately discovered that waiting for it outside was an even more terrifying opponent. Injury to our mistress, you are seeking death. A bright yellow light flashed in Xiao Guang's eyes, and his tone was extremely cold. Bright field. Holy light destroys demons. Xia Guang took the lead, and the intense light covered the endless thunder with a powerful layer field. A 10-meter-long sword appeared in the sky. After condensing the ultimate holy light, it quickly fell towards the 100,000-year soul beast below. The 100,000-year-old soul beast was unable to dodge at all, and was directly locked by the sword and nailed to the ground. The 100,000-year-old soul beast that was nailed to the ground let out a miserable howl, which was quickly extinguished in the extreme light. Death replacing soul skill? Xiaoan emerged from the shadow of a dim tree. His eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person, and the magic knife in his hand shone with a cold light. Hand of darkness. A big hand suddenly appeared in the darkness, instantly grabbing the 100,000-year soul beast, and then violently threw it into the thunder field that radiated golden light. When the 100,000-year spirit beast was struggling to stop in the air, Xiaoan threw the magic knife in his hand like a dart, and almost instantly caught up with the 100,000-year spirit beast body. The magic knife penetrated the belly of the 100,000-year-old soul beast, and the dark power continued to erode its body, making it feel the same pain as Zhang Lexuan. The other elves in the field seemed to have expected the return of this 100,000-year-old soul beast, and they all looked at it with cold expressions. Fire domain. The moment the 100,000-year-old soul beast returned, Xia Olian took the lead, and the terrifying breath of flames enveloped the entire sky, dyeing the golden thunder clouds golden red. The fire of karma burns the world. In an instant, the terrifying red flames burned the earth, and the ground instantly turned into a world of magma. and these flowing magma turned into fire dragons rising into the sky, rushing towards the 100,000-year soul beast with the same goal. The ultimate flame breath almost melted this 100,000-year-old soul beast. It could only howl miserably and couldn't even speak. Xiaolian, don't let it die too quickly, there are still us, Xia Bing. And Xia Feng reminded. Their eyes are equally cold. They have been in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea for such a long time, and they all know what Zhang Lexuan means to Jiang Ming. If you dare to hurt their mistress like this, you won't be able to let her die easily. I know, Xiao. Lian glanced at Xiao Bing and Xiao Feng, then tapped her fingers and took out the nearly dead 100,000-year soul beast. Looking at this half-dead guy, Xiaolian said softly, this guy probably can't withstand your attack, it's okay. Xiao Bing's eyes condensed, and his mental power directly communicated with Xiao Ling. The next moment, a green light shot out from the forest below and entered the body of the 100,000-year-old soul beast, completely stimulating its life force. Almost instantly, all the injuries on the 100,000-year soul beast were healed. But this is not a good thing. The energy given by Xiaoling is not just for treatment, but to stimulate all life potential. In the next period of time, this guy's vitality will be extremely strong and it will be difficult to kill him. But after this explosive period, it will die directly due to depletion of vitality. But what's the point? This is the effect you want. It's my turn, realm of wind, open. The small wind flew higher into the sky, and the originally calm sky was instantly stirred by the infinite wind. Cut by the wind, Xiao Feng stands in the infinite wind, like the goddess of wind, controlling the wind to turn into a wind blade, which continuously circulates on the body of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Make the cut. Every second, at least hundreds of wind blades blow on its body. However, each wind blade only scrapes a little bit. This is Ling Kai's method. But even though Xia Feng has worked hard to control the speed, the body of the 100,000-year soul beast is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, most of the flesh and blood on its limbs and torso were cut off. Even if its life potential is stimulated, the 100,000-year soul beast is completely unable to resist. It can only feel the strong explosion and slow passage of life force in this extreme torture. Okay, it's my turn. Xia Bing, who waited until the end, took action. The cold soul realm, open. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped sharply. Just now, there was heavy snow and hail due to the suffocating high temperature in the karmic fire realm. Ice cones even rained from the sky. Stirred by the strong wind that had been stirred up, this extreme cold swept over the broken body of the 100,000-year-old soul beast all the time. What makes the 100,000-year soul beast feel fortunate is that under this extreme cold, it can no longer feel the pain of its body. Death? Now it just wants to die quickly. This almost endless torture is simply devastating. I can't bear it, I really can't bear it. It tried its best to use its last ounce of reason and strength to detonate its soul power. Want to die? It's not that easy. As if aware of the thought of the 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Bing stretched out his finger, and the extreme cold breath instantly killed the 100,000-year soul beast. The package froze all the soul power in its body. I can't even self-destruct. Moreover, the extreme cold is torturing its soul. Hey, what should I do? Suddenly, Xiao Jiao's voice sounded. Looking at the 100,000-year-old soul beast that had been cut into pieces and frozen by the ultimate ice, Xiao Jiao felt a little depressed. She still wants to take action, but if she breaks this ice cube, the 100,000-year soul beast will probably be shattered. In the sky, the golden thunder and golden warriors slowly disappeared. The skills in these two fields cannot last long with Jiang Ming's current soul power. However, there is no need to maintain these two realms now. This 100,000-year-old soul beast has been completely imprisoned and has only its last breath left, so it is impossible to run away. Depressedly, Xiaoji brought the 100,000-year-old soul beast that had been frozen into ice cubes in front of Jiang Ming. The elves gathered around the ice cubes, and the aura exuding from them was extremely terrifying. These are all, the juniors and girls in the inner courtyard witnessed with their own eyes the entire process of the torture of a 100,000-year soul beast, which was almost incomprehensible to them. When they encountered a powerful 100,000-year soul beast that could only wait for death, it was completely tortured. No, that can't be said to be complete torture, it is a beating. The powerful 100,000-year-old soul beast was hung up and beaten. No ability to resist at all. Jiang Ming glanced at the trembling juniors and girls in the inner courtyard, and gave a look that made the elves return to the sea of spirits. Xiaoming, Li Zhuan, Shi, Mr. Zhuan had already arrived when the elves appeared. After seeing the tragic casualties of the group, Mr. Zhuan fell into deep self-blame and pain middle. It's all his fault. He shouldn't have left. Because of his departure, Zhang Lexun was seriously injured and 2 outstanding inner court disciples died tragically. If Jiang Ming hadn't come so quickly, maybe Zhang Lexun would have 2 Mr. Zhuan, Sister Lexun is fine, Jiang Ming's tone was a little cold. Originally, with Mr. Zhuan here, it would be impossible for this 100,000-year-old soul beast to cause trouble. But when Zhang Lexun and other inner courtyard students faced the 100,000-year soul beast, Mr. Zhuan was not there. It is impossible to say that Jiang Ming has no blame and complaints in his heart. Mr. Zhuan also understood this, and the self-blame in his heart became even deeper. He walked aside with a sad face. There was no chicken leg in his hand, and he didn't pick up the gourd filled with wine around his waist. Jiang Ming, don't blame Mr. Zhuan, Zhang Lexun woke up and heard what Jiang Ming and Mr. Zhuan just said. She wanted to persuade her to say something, but Jiang Ming blocked her mouth with his fingers. Sister Lexun, please rest first and recover from your injuries. We will talk about other things later. In fact, with Xiao Ling's help, Zhang Lexun's injuries have almost recovered, except for those contaminations on her body. The blood-stained clothes made her look a little miserable. Master, the vitality of that 100,000-year soul beast is almost exhausted. If you don't kill it, you won't be able to get the 100,000-year soul ring. At this time, Xiao Ling suddenly said in the sea of spirit. Hearing this, Jiang Ming frowned, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Xiao Ling, can Sister Lexun successfully absorb this soul ring in her current condition? Although Zhang Lexun healed quickly, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is not an easy task. He couldn't let Sister Lexun take big risks. There should be no problem. Xiao Guang and the others have dispersed all the energy and spirit of this 100,000-year-old soul beast. This guy probably just wants to die quickly now, but Master, if you don't worry, it's okay. Jiang Ming nodded slowly. If that's the case, there should be no problem. Xiaobing, unblock it, Jiang Ming said solemnly. A blue beam of light shot out, and the 100,000-year-old soul beast that had been frozen into a solid mass was instantly unsealed. But its body is still trembling, and its breath is extremely weak. Kingdom over the world. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, and the surging mental power instantly impacted the soul of this 100,000-year-old soul beast, almost breaking its soul apart. Sister Lexun, this 100,000-year soul beast is yours. Jiang Ming took out a long knife and put it in Zhang Lexun's hand. Zhang Lexun glanced at Jiang Ming, nodded, and swung her knife to kill the 100,000-year-old soul beast that had caused terrible harm to them. The 100,000-year-old soul beast did not struggle at all when the sword was raised and lowered. In the endless torture just now, it had given up its instinctive desire to live. Sister Lexun, you absorb the soul ring. I will protect you here, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Yes, Zhang Lexun did not hesitate, and immediately sat cross-legged next to the 100,000-year-old soul beast and began to absorb the soul ring. Jiang Ming is here, and so is Mr. Zhuan. When she absorbs the soul ring, there will basically be no external threats. Next, she will have to face the difficulty of absorbing a 100,000-year-old soul beast. After Zhang Lexun began to absorb the soul ring, Jiang Ming turned around and looked at Mr. Zhuan, who was sitting dejectedly under a big tree not far away. He walked over slowly and sat down next to Mr. Zhuan. Why? Jiang Ming asked in a deep voice. He would never believe that Mr. Zhuan's presence would allow this 100,000-year-old soul beast to cause such tragic casualties to Zhang Lexun and his party. Zhuan Lao sighed, his eyes full of pain and self-blame. I went to the core area to find a suitable soul beast for Li Zhuan. I thought that with Li Zhuan's strength, no accidents would happen in this mixed area. Mr. Zhuan's mood was very depressed, and he didn't even talk about me anymore. His past empiricism made him think that there would be no 100,000-year soul beasts in the mixed zone. But he forgot that the Star Dao Forest is not a place rigidly fixed by rules. There are usually no 100,000-year soul beasts in the mixed zone, but that is most of the cases. But if a small number of situations occur, the consequences will be extremely serious. Obviously, this consequence happened. Zhang Lexun had been rescued, which made Mr. Zhuan feel better, But the death of the other two inner courtyard students made him feel as if he was being suppressed by a big stone. Every inner court disciple is a true genius disciple of Shrek. Those are all children who have been taught by him personally. After listening to Mr. Zhuan's words, Jiang Ming understood why Mr. Zhuan did not appear in the first place. Do you blame Mr. Zhuan? He was going to help Zhang Lexun find a suitable soul beast, and the appearance of a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the mixed zone was indeed something that no one expected. But don't blame, Sister Li Zhuan almost died, and the other two inner courtyard students are already dead. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, but silently walked up to the a little frightened inner courtyard students. He said softly, "Have you obtained all the soul rings needed for your promotion?" The junior students nodded one after another, looking at Jiang Ming with admiration and fear in their eyes. Two very entangled emotions. There is no way, the strength Jiang Ming just showed is too outrageous. 100,000-year soul beast, hang it up and beat it. With this kind of strength, not to mention the inner courtyard students, even teachers at the title Douluo level may not be able to achieve it. But Jiang Ming, he is indeed a student of the inner academy. About the legend of the great demon king Jiang Ming, they had heard it before, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were really shocked. The big devil is really the big devil. Of course, while they admire Jiang Ming's strength, they are also a little afraid of Jiang Ming's methods just now. That is really cruel. But no one has mercy on this cruelty. The corpses of the two companions who were traveling with him are still contained in Mr. Zhuan's storage soul guide. Yes, hearing that they had obtained their soul rings, Jiang Ming didn't say much, but quietly walked to Zhang Lexun to protect her. After the mood stabilized, the mood of the students in the inner courtyard became depressed. Everyone's face was covered with sadness, and even the sentimental juniors wiped away tears. Obviously we were talking and laughing when we came to the Star Dao Forest together before, but now, no one spoke, but a sad atmosphere filled everyone's heart. There were no soul beasts approaching, and the fluctuations of the battle just now were enough to drive away all the nearby soul beasts. And the aura of the 200,000-year-old ferocious beast in Xiaojiu also makes those 1,000-year-old soul beasts dare not approach. Mr. Mu, who was secretly observing, looked at the people shrouded in sadness and couldn't help but sigh deeply. The path of a soul master is unpredictable. Sighing in one breath, Mr. Mu looked a little older. Zhang Lexun has already begun to absorb the soul ring. Unexpectedly, she was already prepared to fight to the death with the soul of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. After all, absorbing soul beasts with 10,000 years of cultivation and above must face this process. The soul of a 10,000-year-old soul beast is already difficult to solve. Zhang Lexun thinks that it may take half of her life to solve the problem of the soul of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But when it came to actually absorbing it, Zhang Lexun found that it didn't seem that difficult to absorb this soul ring. The soul of this 100,000-year-old soul beast was not as ferocious as she imagined, but instead had no strength at all and was soft. It was as if this guy had lost his will to live and had resigned to his fate. Under such circumstances, Zhang Lexun's process of absorbing the soul ring was extremely smooth, and she completely absorbed the 100,000-year-old soul ring in less than half an hour. After Zhang Lexun absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, Jiang Ming asked Zhang Lexun to continue absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone. Generally speaking, after hunting a soul beast, the soul ring must be absorbed immediately, but the soul bone takes a while to be absorbed. After all, the soul ring has a time limit and will not wait until it expires. And things like soul bones have always existed. In the dangerous Star Dao Forest, there is no way to absorb the soul ring, but the soul bone can wait until it is in a safe place before absorbing it. However, with Jiang Ming and Mr. Zhuan here, as well as secretly Mr. Mu, there is no danger in absorbing it here, and the difference is not big. While Zhang Lexun was absorbing the soul bone, Dian, who had just absorbed a wave of Xianming ice silkworm energy in the dangerous place of Star Dao Forest, was a little confused. When did the aura of a ferocious beast that he didn't recognize appear in the Star Dao Forest? Although the Star Dao Forest is one of the largest gathering places for soul beasts in the entire Douluo continent, there are not many ferocious beasts with cultivation levels of more than 200,000 years. I can count them on both hands. Dian was very clear about this kind of existence. Including the 100,000-year-old soul beast, Dian, the soul beast master, was also impressed. But the beastly aura in the mixed zone was very unfamiliar to him. There are ferocious beasts he doesn't recognize in the Stardao forest? Could it be that ferocious beasts from other places came to the Stardao forest? Dishan narrowed his eyes and disappeared instantly. If it was really a ferocious beast from other places that came to the Star Forest, then his master would have to treat him well. Because Jiang Ming opened up the 8 extraordinary meridians, Zhang Lexuan absorbed the soul bone very quickly, completing the absorption of the soul bone in just 10 minutes. Just when everyone was about to leave the Star Forest, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura that was difficult to contend with came towards their location. Where did the ferocious beast come from? Since you have come to the Stardao Forest, why don't you come and meet me? The majestic voice seemed to come from a distance, but when I heard it, it is extremely clear to my ears, and there is a feeling that my soul is frozen. Hearing this voice, old Zhuan, who was still immersed in self-blame, suddenly opened his eyes, and his 9 soul rings instantly lit up, directly turning on Teodi's true body, hanging in the sky, exuding a powerful aura. But the scary thing is that Mr. Zhuan's cultivation level of 98 levels was actually suppressed by the opponent. Yes, he was suppressed by the opponent without any suspense. Roar. Xiaoji's body felt a breath and roared instinctively, but his voice felt weak. This guy is so strong. Even stronger than that old man Zhuan. Xiaoyu's voice rang in Jiang Ming's ears, his voice trembling with instinctive fear. Human, you want to interfere with my handling of matters between the soul beasts? Di Tian's voice sounded again, and the momentum that ensued became even greater. Even Mr. Zhuan felt that he couldn't bear it. Huh? Mr. Dead? The power of life forcibly maintains life, eh? Trace Chapter 202 Di Tian and Mr. Mu. I thought you could continue to hide. It seems that this boy is very important to your Shrek Academy. Di Tian's golden he glanced at Jiang Ming, somewhat surprised. He still knows a little bit about Shrek Academy. The 2 old guys appearing now are the 2 strongest in the entire Shrek Academy. To come to protect such a young boy, there must be something fishy about this boy. Moreover, the strange phenomenon of being able to absorb his hostile dark power is worth noting. Haha, every student is very important to our Shrek Academy. Di Tian, you are here. For that ferocious beast, Mr. Mu laughed and turned Di Tian's conversation to Xiao Jiao. Di Tian raised his brows and looked at Mr. Mu and Mr. Zhuan standing in front of Jiang Ming, with thoughts already in his mind. If I ask about this human being, I won't be able to tell anything. If he wants to fight, as Emperor Yan, he will naturally not be afraid of these 2 old guys in front of him, but these 2 guys are from Shrek Academy. Fighting can easily lead to very troublesome follow-up incidents. Moreover, most of the ferocious beasts in Xingdao are absorbing the energy of the ice silkworm, so it is not appropriate to engage in a big fight at this time. He simply followed the old guy's topic. Yes, a vicious beast has entered our Stardao forest, and I have to come and take a look. But, what is the situation with this guy? You guys, Shrek Academy, has already had this kind of vicious beast. Did you use any means? Di Tian was very curious about Jiang Ming's ability to absorb his dark power, but he was even more curious and even cautious about the situation of this vicious beast. If Shrek Academy can control the dead soul beast now, then it will be a big problem. No, Shrek Academy doesn't have this ability yet. It's just the special power of a piece of soul bone. This is also an opportunity for my disciple. Moreover, it requires a voluntary sacrifice by the soul beast. This situation cannot be replicated. You can rest assured, Mr. Mu said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, Di Tian's sullen face relaxed a little. Mr. Mu did not speak too openly, but he had already eliminated his worries. If humans can easily control the bodies of soul beasts and retain the souls of soul beasts in the future, it will be a disaster for the soul beasts. But Di Tian obviously heard the key information in Mu Lao's words. Special soul bone power, sacrifice, cannot be copied. That's enough. Moreover, the old man still said that this little guy was his disciple. Raise the importance to express the position of this little guy in his heart. Well, the soul beast has also learned the twists and turns of humans. With dual attributes of wind and thunder, and a powerful bloodline, there was a hope that I could practice for more than 500,000 years, but it's a pity. Di Tian looked at Xiaoyu's body, his eyes flashing. What a pity. If such a soul beast with strong bloodline could be in his Stardao, then the strength of the Stardao forest would be much greater. Unfortunately, he's dead. Since this is the case, I won't say anything more. But this little girl, Tian suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Lexun, who had just absorbed the soul bone, and said coldly, "Kill my Xingdao, 100,000-year-old soul beast. How are you going to deal with it?" Old Zhuan said angrily. "It was this 100,000-year-old soul beast that took the initiative? Attack them. It shouldn't be in the mixed zone at all." Tian snorted coldly and said, "The entire Star Dao forest is a gathering place for soul beasts. When will you decide where it goes, Mr. Mu's face was very calm. Since Tian said this, it means that he does not want Zhang Lexun's life. Otherwise, with Tian's strength, killing Zhang Lexun would be a matter of just a few clicks. Let her go. Jiang Ming, who was absorbing the power of darkness with all his strength, saw Zhang Lexun being caught by Tian. His eyes were full of blood red, and his voice was full of anger. "Tisk, your disciple has such a bad character, what's the use of yelling?" Tian glanced at Jiang Ming, and the golden-eyed Black Dragon King's cultivation momentum of more than 800,000 years instantly overwhelmed Jiang Ming. The aura that burst out from Ming's body was suppressed. "Xiaoming, calm down." A light force entered Jiang Ming's body, and a gentle voice calmed the anger in Jiang Ming's heart. "What do you want, Mr. Mu said in a deep voice. Tian chuckled lightly and said, "It's not fun to talk about it now, let's go, I will try your strength." Tian disappeared directly in the original place the ground, and after Mr. Mu glanced at Jiang Ming, he also disappeared. After Tian left, Mr. Zhuan immediately brought Zhang Lexun and other inner courtyard students with him. He looked to the sky, his eyes full of worry. Mr. Mu was seriously injured. Can he defeat Tian? Regarding Dishan, Mr. Zhuan has never fought against him, but he has also seen information about Dishan in the records of Shrek Academy. According to records, Tian is the most powerful soul beast known to date, bar none. Although Mr. Mu is also a ceiling among human soul beasts, it is hard to say whether he can beat him, let alone Mr. Mu is injured. Mr. Zhuan, can Mr. Mu win? A disciple from the inner courtyard asked. Mr. Zhuan's face was solemn and he didn't reply. Although there is only one level difference between level 98 and level 99, he cannot get involved in the battle between Mr. Mu and Dishan at that level now. What he can do now is to protect these children so that no more accidents happen. On the other side, after Jiang Ming saw that Zhang Lexun was okay, his spirit, which had been oppressed by Dishan's terrifying coercion, relaxed a little. In the sea of spirits, Dishan's ultimate dark power is like a swamp, constantly pulling on Jiang Ming's spirit, trying to pull him into the boundless darkness. Xiaoan is absorbing it like crazy, but this power of extreme darkness is too strong, and his absorption speed is too slow. In this situation, Jiang Ming must persist for 10 days and not be swallowed up by darkness within 10 days. Only then can Xiaoan use 100,000 years of evolution to absorb this ultimate dark power. But can Jiang Ming, now a soul emperor, really be able to persist for 10 days in the ultimate dark power of Emperor Tian? No one knows, but if he can't hold on, this dark power will definitely leave inner demons in his heart. The inner demons planted by Tian's dark power will inevitably have a great impact on his future cultivation. I don't know how long it took, but the powerful force deep in the space stopped fighting. Tian was the first to appear in front of everyone. Looking at Jiang Ming, who was struggling in the darkness, his eyes narrowed and he wanted to penetrate into Jiang Ming's spiritual sea with his strong mental power. Suddenly, an extremely powerful pressure like an emperor blocked Tian's mental power. Dominion over the world. Mr. Mu stood in front of Jiang Ming with a strong aura. It seemed that Tian had not injured him in the battle just now. Seeing this, Tian raised his eyes slightly. You don't have many years to live, Mr. Mu's eyes condensed, but his eyes were still gentle. He didn't say anything, just asked Zhuanzi to take the others away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Paralysis, Aging. Under the leadership of Mr. Zhuan, the Academy group left the Star Dao Forest as quickly as possible. Even after leaving the Star Dao Forest, everyone did not stop, but continued to rush towards Shrek Academy with all their strength. The college entrance examination scoreline is high again. Brush up the questions, Composition, functions, listening, Kepler, how's Hijia? Chromosomes. Zhang Lexuan carried the unconscious Jiang Ming on her back and rushed towards the college as fast as possible. On the way, Zhang Lexuan kept hearing Jiang Ming talking about these things. She had never heard of any composition functions. She didn't know why Jiang Ming said these things unconsciously when he was unconscious. But now, Jiang Ming's condition is very bad. Jiang Ming, wake up, Zhang Lexuan called softly, but Jiang Ming showed no sign of waking up. At this time, Jiang Ming's consciousness seemed to have returned to his previous life. Facing that knowledge, he felt familiar yet unfamiliar. The teacher lectured on the podium and the students listened carefully. After class, no one went to the restroom or played or anything, they were all doing homework. Could it be that those are all dreams? Jiang Ming looked at the questions on the test paper and instinctively picked up the pen, but could not write a word. Not only that, he felt like he was wrapped in a dark, cold force. That feeling was very uncomfortable and made him want to close his eyes and have a good sleep. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Everything is familiar yet unfamiliar. The voice sounded beside him, and Jiang Ming felt that his mind was a little confused. In a daze, another memory entered his mind. That is your memory from another world, including Lao Nai, Aunt Lan, the parents he only met when he was 1 year old, Mr. Mu, Mr. Xuan, Zhe and Fan Yu. There are Ma Zia Ateo, Ling Luchen, Diao Heng, Gong Yangmo and others. And Sister Lexuan. When he thought of the name Sister Lexuan, a clear impression slowly emerged in Jiang Ming's mind. She was beautiful, gentle and familiar. No, Dishan, it's Dishan's power of darkness, the power of darkness. After seeing that familiar and gentle figure, Jiang Ming seemed to wake up a little, remembering that he had been eroded by the dark power of Dagon and was pulled into the abyss by the swamp-like dark power. Damn, I almost got caught. Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes, only to see that he was already lying in a place full of life force. Is this the Poseidon Pavilion? Is he back? Jiang Ming tried to stand up in a daze, but the dark power in his body still did not disappear. Even the indestructible body had no way to deal with this level of dark power. Zioan, how long will it take? Jiang Ming continued to lie back on the bed, calling Zioan with his mental power. Zioan did not respond. Only then did Jiang Ming realize that he and Zioan had broken up. Master, Zioan is currently undergoing 100,000 years of evolution. Zio Ling's voice appeared in time to explain why Zioan did not respond. It turns out that he is evolving. Jiang Ming smiled, with a hint of joy on his lips. He almost sank in that dark aura. But Zioan accidentally started 100,000 years of evolution. This is really a blessing and a misfortune. By the way, teacher, Mr. Xuan, and Sister Lexuan, are they back? Jiang Ming asked hurriedly. That Dishan's strength is really terrifying. Just the pressure of one look suppressed all his aura, and even just a casual attack contained enough energy for Zio and to start 100,000 years of evolution. By the way, this guy also has extremely dark attributes. Dishan. Is this guy a ferocious beast in the Stardow Forest? Already transformed into a human being? Jiang Ming has many questions in his heart, but what he wants to know most now is whether everyone has returned safely. Don't worry, Master, they are all back. As for the mistress, she is at the bedside, Zio Ling reminded her very thoughtfully. Next to the bed, Jiang Ming was stunned, then glanced sideways at the bedside. Sure enough, Zhang Lexuan was leaning against the bed, her face full of exhaustion, but her hand was resting on Jiang Ming's quilt. Jiang Ming wanted to get up, but his body had not yet recovered, and the rich power of darkness was still raging in his body. Unless Zioan absorbs all these dark energies, it will be basically impossible for Jiang Ming to function normally. Jiang Ming tried it unbelievingly, but after exhausting all his strength and being unable to move, he finally gave up on this unrealistic idea. Zio Ling, how long have I been unconscious? Jiang Ming looked sideways at Zhang Lexuan beside the bed and asked softly. 6 days, Zio Ling responded. 6 days. It seems that I have to stay in bed for a few more days, Jiang Ming sighed. He had asked Zioan before that it would take him 10 days to absorb the power of darkness. A state that does not affect Jiang Ming's activities. A soft scream sounded. Zhang Lexuan opened her hazy eyes, and subconsciously stood up to check Jiang Ming's condition. After discovering that Jiang Ming had opened his eyes, Zhang Lexuan suddenly showed a smile on his face. I finally woke up, Jiang. Ming also showed a smile and said softly, yes, I woke up, Zhang. Lexun sat in front of the bed, concerned. He asked, you still have a lot of dark power in your body. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Jiang Ming shook his head and said with a bitter smile, I can't talk about discomfort. I have an indestructible body and a torso bone. I just can't get up for a while. I have to collapse. It's been a few days. He looked at Zhang Lexun and asked with some worry, Sister Lexun, you don't mind me being paralyzed now, do you? Zhang Lexun was stunned for a moment, then stretched out her finger and tapped Jiang Ming's forehead fiercely, and said viciously, of course I despise it. But I despise it. Jiang Ming suddenly pursed his lips, his eyes sad. Then I'm so pitiful, Zhang. Lexun suddenly lost her guard when she saw Jiang Ming like this. Don't be shy. Since you can't move, just lie down and I'll ask Mr. Mu to come over and take a look. After saying that, Zhang Lexun pulled up Jiang Ming's quilt, turned and left the room. Poseidon Pavilion is a large place with some small rooms inside. Living there is very beneficial to cultivation, but not everyone has this qualification. Soon, Zhang Lexun took Mr. Mu back to the room. In fact, with Mr. Mu's strength and perception of the entire Poseidon Pavilion, Jiang Ming knew it as soon as he woke up, but he just wanted to give his two children some time. Teacher, what are you doing? After Jiang Ming saw Mr. Mu, his eyes suddenly widened with disbelief in his eyes. Mr. Mu's aura looks even more aged. Let's update 2 to 4,000 words today. The pressure of tens of thousands of words is really too much, and my mind is a little confused. I need to think things through. By the way, the plot of Hogwa is about to begin. The protagonist is preparing to activate the semi-invincible state. Chapter 204 Yan Shaos, don't be fooled. Open 7 rings. Nothing, how are you doing? Zion's 100,000 years of evolution has started, right, Mr. Mu's voice is still as gentle as before, but the finer wrinkles on his face make he look older, and he felt like he was about to go home in a second. Teacher, I'm fine. It's just that the power of darkness in my body cannot resume action until Zion absorbs part of it. Zion's 100,000 years of evolution has also started. Speaking of darkness, Jiang Ming seemed to have thought of something, and his face became a little ugly. The fact that Mr. Mu became like this is obviously related to the soul beast named Tian. That's good. In this way, your level 70 bottleneck should be no problem, Mr. Mu smiled, with a gentle look of relief in his eyes. But this smile made him look even older. You should rest first, Li Juan, and stay and take good care of Xiaoming, Mr. Mu didn't say anything more and left alone. Jiang Ming could feel that Mr. Mu's life breath was slowly disappearing, which undoubtedly made Mr. Mu's already poor health worse. After Mr. Mu left, Jiang Ming turned his head and looked at the ceiling, feeling a little heavy. Zion is about to complete 100,000 years of evolution, and his level 70 bottleneck is about to disappear, but the teacher. Don't think too much, take a good rest. Zhang Lexun sat beside the bed and said softly. Jiang Ming didn't speak. He could feel that Sister Lexun was also depressed and sad, but she didn't show it. Jiang Ming nodded slightly, feeling the warm breath emanating from the golden ancient tree, and slowly closed his eyes. Time passed little by little, and Zion's progress of 100,000 years of evolution was getting faster and faster, and the speed of absorbing the power of darkness in Jiang Ming's body was also accelerating. Looking at this progress, maybe it can be faster. During this time, both Yan Shaos and Xian Liner came to visit Jiang Ming. Mr. Zhuan seemed still immersed in self-blame. After returning, Mr. Zhuan immediately brought the bodies of the 2 students who died in the battle back to their families. The sad aura seemed to completely infect Mr. Zhuan, making Mr. Zhuan, who had a cultivation level of 98, be decadent for a long time. Jiang Ming felt the power of darkness disappear in his body and tried to move his body. It feels a little rusty. After all, I haven't been active for several days. Slow down, Zhang. Lexun reached out and lifted Jiang Ming's body up, letting him lean on her, slowly feeling the return of various senses in the body. It seems that Zion's 100,000 years of evolution has come to an end. Jiang Ming breathed a long sigh of relief. His body was about to recover, and the bottleneck of the 7 rings was obviously loosened a lot. Period. As long as Zion completes his evolution, he can directly break through the bottleneck of level 70 and continue practicing. Yes, Zion is about to complete 100,000 years of evolution. You can't run around anymore, right, Zhang? Lexun took one of Jiang Ming's hands and used a suitable. He squeezed Jiang Ming's somewhat stiff hands and feet. Because Jiang Ming's body was already very strong, even if he lost contact with his body for several days, he recovered very quickly. In just a few minutes, the familiar feeling returned. I finally recovered, Jiang Ming stretched and led Zhang Lexun out of Poseidon Pavilion. Standing by Poseidon Lake, feeling the cool and steamy wind, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and exhaled long. There is a warm smell of golden ancient trees in Poseidon Pavilion, but it is indeed too dull. Are you able to move? Yan Xiao's voice sounded from behind. Jiang Ming turned around and chuckled. Yes, I can finally move. It's really uncomfortable lying on the bed. My body feels rusty. Hearing this, Yan Xiao shook his head slightly and said, if your body can be completely rusted, then mine will probably be buried in the ground. By the way, your bottleneck. This is an issue that Yan Xiao's, including the elders of Poseidon Pavilion, are very concerned about. If this cannot help Jiang Ming break through the 70-level bottleneck, then he will be in real trouble. You know, including the evolving Zioan, Jiang Ming now has 800,000-year soul rings, 200,000-year soul bones. If this configuration cannot break through the level 70 bottleneck, then there is really almost no solution. Unless the gods take action. The bottleneck has been loosened. In a few days, it is estimated that we will be able to break through. Jiang Ming's tone sounded very calm. Before, this bottleneck was almost a big stone pressing on his chest. He wanted to break through this bottleneck all the time. But now, it is clear that the breakthrough is almost over, but he is not so anxious anymore. While lying in the Poseidon Pavilion these days, he thought a lot. How should I put it? Looking back at my experiences over the years, I have gained some experience and accumulated some experience. Jiang Ming looked at Yan Xiao's, and suddenly a smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, junior brother has been lying in bed for several days. How about you practice with me? My body has been silent for several days and needs a hearty battle. Invigorate your body. Actually, my recent partner is Zhang Lexun, but I fought with sister Lexun. No. Huh. You haven't broken through level 70 yet, and you want to challenge me? Okay, I'll practice with you. Yan Xiao was shocked by Jiang Ming's words for a moment. As a senior brother, he couldn't give up when facing the challenge from his junior brother, even if he had to practice with Jiang Ming. Suddenly, Yan Xiao seemed to have remembered something and said quickly, you can fight, but don't use that ferocious beast of yours. Also, the elves can only use one at most. This is the premise that must be said well. The last time he tested his junior brother's strength was when Jiang Ming made an exception and entered the inner courtyard. Now, 5 years have passed, and Jiang Ming's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Don't be careless. After all, if Jiang Ming really uses both ferocious beasts and elves, he will really be unable to handle it. He has no problem beating a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast. It is not a big deal to defeat an elf who has been cultivated for 100,000 years with extreme attributes. But facing a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast at the same time, plus 6 100,000-year-old elves with extreme attributes, it's really a bit difficult. Brother, please don't be like this. I'm only level 69. If I don't use these, I'll be tortured by you. It's okay. I'll ask Xiaojiao and the elves to hold back. Don't use all your strength. Jiang Ming said with a smile. Without a small prison or an elf, why should he fight Yan Xiao's and this super Douluo at level 69? It doesn't work even if you have a 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bone. No, then I'd better wait for your cultivation to break through. If you use these, I will be the one who gets tortured. Yan Xiao's is also a good person, not as good as Jiang Ming at all. Routine, just ran away. Seeing Yan Xiao's leaving figure, Jiang Ming was a little disappointed. But then, he had no time to be disappointed. Xiaoan has completed his evolution. When a circle of white soul rings rose, the ratio of Jiang Ming's book of elf martial soul rings became 6 red and 1 white. Chapter 205 New Elves, Help for 100,000 Years. Jiang Ming, this is a 10-year soul ring. Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming's abrupt and strange white soul ring with doubts in her eyes. She wasn't even shocked by the 100,000-year soul ring, but 6 red 100,000-year soul rings followed by a white 10-year soul ring. Wasn't it a bit 10 years again? Ian's soul ring. There was a hint of helplessness on Jiang Ming's face, And there was some surprise, but not much. After all, he has been through this situation 6 times. Since awakening this martial soul, every soul ring he has obtained, although he does not need to hunt soul beasts to obtain it, is always a white 10-year soul ring. Get used to it. Jiang Ming is used to it, but this is the first time he sees Zhang Lexuan. When she first met Jiang Ming's soul power was already over 60 levels, and his soul ring ratio was 6 black 10,000-year soul rings. She also knew about the fact that elves can evolve later, but she thought they started evolving from 10,000 years ago. The result is that it starts with a 10-year soul ring? Sister Li Juan, don't be surprised, it's always like this. Seeing Sister Li Juan touching the white 10-year soul ring out of curiosity, Jiang Ming shook his head and explained with a smile. Your martial spirit is indeed true, Zhang. Lexuan didn't know what to say. Speaking of awesomeness, the soul ring is 10 years old at the beginning. Isn't it amazing? Now he has 600,000-year soul rings. Really, according to the usual practice, a new elf should appear. Let's see what power it has this time. Jiang Ming looked at the elf book floating in the air, with a flash of expectation in his eyes. So far, the 6 elves have mastered the 6 powers of light, darkness, ice, life, fire, and wind. He has now helped 6 elves complete 100,000 years of evolution. If the same routine continues, then he may start again, Jiang Ming thought. Floating in the air, the book of elves quietly opened. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages until the 7th page was opened. An earthy yellow light flickered from it. The next moment, a small figure slowly appeared from the page. It was an elf that was about the same size as Zhao Wang and the others when they first appeared, but he looked very strong, with strong muscles in his small body. But the muscles looked a bit like stones, and the earthy color made him look like a big stone. Is this the power of the earth? Jiang Ming felt the power of this little guy who just came out. In terms of power attributes and appearance, it looked like the power of the earth. If it is the power of the earth, it will allow him to evolve. As soon as the little guy came out, Jiang Ming began to think about his evolutionary journey. This feeling is like that of my newborn child. Before I even have a name, I have already decided which kindergarten, which elementary school to go to, and even where I will work in the future. It's amazing. Jiang Ming would not have had this idea before, but after the evolution of the first 6 elves, Jiang Ming subconsciously had this idea. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming suddenly had an idea in his mind. He looked at Zhang Lexuan, who was looking at the elf who had just appeared with bright eyes, looking a little lost. Why are you looking at me? Zhang Lexuan seemed to feel Jiang Ming's gaze and asked with some confusion. After Jiang Ming was discovered, he coughed twice. Of course he would not say that he was just thinking about the name of his child with Sister Li Juan, what kind of martial spirit he would have, and whether he would be interested in soul guides. It's too early. I just watched the new elves appear and felt something. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Ming wanted to put away his martial spirit and ask his teacher where on the continent there was the rich energy of the power of the earth. He doesn't plan to help Zhao Wang right away. Well, let's just call him Zhao Wang. He does not plan to help Zhao Wang evolve immediately. The 10-year soul ring has not reached that level yet. It will take a few years. However, before Jiang Ming could put away the elf book, Zhao Wang, who was still looking blank, shone with a strong light. The next moment, all 6 elves who were originally in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea appeared. They looked at Zhao Wang who had just appeared, and a trace of joy flashed on their faces. Immediately afterwards, they all stretched out their hands, and 6 red soul rings appeared behind the elves. The white 10-year soul ring is too weak compared to the red 100,000-year soul ring, but the 600,000-year soul rings flew out together with a beam of energy and injected it into the white in the soul ring. Xiaoling, what are you doing? This is the first time Jiang Ming has encountered this situation. Master, you have forgotten that the Soul Master's 7th soul skill is the martial soul's true body. However, the Book of Spirits is a bit special. It requires all 7 of us to reach 100,000 years of cultivation before we can open the martial soul's true body. We are helping Zhao Wang evolve quickly, Xiaoling said softly. At the same time, the white soul ring instilled by 6 powerful forces gradually turned yellow in the blink of an eye, and the color continued to deepen. After a while, the yellow soul ring had a purple shadow. 1,000-year soul ring, completed. In less than 10 minutes, a 10-year soul ring turned into a 1,000-year soul ring. Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun were stunned for a moment when they witnessed this scene. But this is not over yet, because the energy infusion of the 6 elves has not ended yet. Purple, the color is getting darker. Looking at the serious expressions on the faces of the elves, Jiang Ming frowned slightly but said nothing. He was thinking about a question. What is the true form of the spirit in the Book of Spirits? From the perspective of martial soul attributes, the Book of Spirits martial soul should be a type of weapon martial soul. The spirit avatars of weapon spirits greatly enhance the abilities of the spirit itself, the most famous of which are the Clear Sky Hammer and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. After activating the martial spirit avatar, the attack power and auxiliary abilities are not limited. But this doesn't seem to be very applicable to the Book of Elves. The Book of Elf itself does not have any special abilities, but the elves all appear from the Book of Elf. So, what is the true form of the spirit in the Book of Spirits? While Jiang Ming was thinking, Xiao Wang's soul ring was still changing. The purple color continues to deepen, from the initial breath of about 1,000 years to 2,000 years, 3,000 years, and 5,000 years. An hour later, the purple soul ring was almost black. At this time, the power output of the 600,000-year soul rings suddenly increased to a higher level. More intense energy poured into the soul ring, directly turning the soul ring into black. Looking at this scene, Jiang Ming felt something in his heart. He also stretched out his hand and input the heaven and earth energy and soul power accumulated in his body into this black 10,000-year soul ring. After turning black, the soul ring's improvement speed obviously slowed down. But with the input of several powerful energies, Xiao Wang ushered in 100,000 years of evolution. In less than a day, the white 10-year soul ring is about to turn into a red 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 206, The Elves Are Sleeping and Can Practice Again. Actually, many times, I have been thinking about why I have such a powerful martial spirit. Obviously my parents' martial arts are just a little better than ordinary soul masters. Mutated martial spirits suddenly mutate. 2. It really doesn't make sense, Jiang Ming said sadly as he lay on Sister Li Zhuan's lap. The only explanation is that I might be the protagonist. Zhang Lexun snorted and gave Jiang Ming an annoyed look. You have read too many novels, Jiang Ming shook his head slightly and said, Sister Li Zhuan, you don't understand. There is actually no way to explain many things. Xiao Wang's 100,000-year evolution will take some time. Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun just chatted leisurely, and the atmosphere was quite warm. By the way, Sister Lexun, how is the operation of Hulbin and poker going? Jiang Ming suddenly asked. Before going to Fanglai to suppress the prison beast, Jiang Ming had already asked Sister Li Zhuan to find a specialized businessman to handle the scripts and card games. He doesn't know what impact these will have on the world, but if he can make money, he should be able to make money. As for how much you can earn, it all depends on market acceptance. Once you accept it, wealth and freedom are just around the corner. It's okay. Many people like the card game, but it's basically spread among ordinary people. Soul masters rarely play this game. But the novel you wrote is liked by most people, and it sells very well. Here, Zhang Lexun said softly. She looked down at Jiang Ming who was lying on her lap and asked curiously, Jiang Ming, how could you know so many 10,000? What happened years ago? Jiang Ming chuckled and said, Sister Li Zhuan, you also know that I like reading books, some information from the college, and some from the mainland. Just gather the rumors and add some of your own understanding and speculation, and that's it. Jiang Ming had expectations that the storybook would sell well. After all, the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils were so famous throughout the continent. Whether it is a soul master or an ordinary person, there is always a desire for gossip. In addition, there are only a few entertainment methods in Douluo continent. As soon as something attractive hits you, it will naturally sell. As for card games, this thing is easy to become addicted. After all, soul masters need to practice. Compared with entertainment, practice is obviously more important. They can spend an hour or two reading a volume of Douluo. After all, the story has an end, and the book is sold volume by volume, with a set time limit. But once you get to the poker table and your concentration is not strong, you won't be able to do it if you want to. Of course, the impact will be strong at first, but later it will become a more casual form of entertainment. You are so awesome, Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming with admiration. Being able to write a book about things that happened more than 10,000 years ago, and there are so many documentary historical materials, is not something that ordinary people can do, at least not the few old academics who specialize in history in the academy can do it. There are many great things about me, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows, his tone a bit ambiguous. Not serious, Zhang Lexun stretched out her index finger, touched Jiang Ming's forehead, and drilled it with a little more force. The ancients said that men are not bad and women do not love them. There is such a thing as seriousness. In fact, Jiang Ming was about to say that seriousness was just a show, but the scent of Xiao Wang in the air changed. The black soul ring is now as deep as ink, with a faint hint of red. It's almost done. Jiang Ming exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, hung the back of his head in the air, and stood up with a graceful flip in the air. What is the true form of martial spirit? By the way, the Book of Spirits is going to have a martial spirit avatar, and the Golden Heart martial spirit avatar needs to be prepared as well. As soon as this thought arose, Jiang Ming quickly put it away, pinch it off. I have been floating outside for more than 3 years in order to break through the bottleneck of level 70. Take a break and give others a chance to catch up. Soon, the black soul ring turned completely red. And Xiao Wang has changed from an elf more than 10 centimeters long to a strong man about the same size as Jiang Ming. Master, Xiao Wang has completed 100,000 years of evolution. Next, we have to sleep for a while, Xiao. Guang looked at Jiang Ming and said in a deep voice. Subsequently, the 6 elves took the newly grown-up Xiao Wang into the Book of Elves. Jiang Ming wanted to open the Book of Elf to check, but found that the Book of Elf could no longer be opened. No matter how hard he tried, the Book of Elves was like a whole body and could not turn the pages. But Jiang Ming can still feel the aura of the elves, and relying on the connection between the martial spirits, Jiang Ming can feel that the Book of Elves is undergoing huge changes. The true form of the martial spirit in the Book of Spirits is actually so troublesome. Jiang Ming frowned, somewhat incomprehensible. In fact, when the elf said that it would take all elves to complete 100,000 years of evolution for him to break through the 70-level bottleneck, he had already vaguely guessed it. The 70-level bottleneck is a very special bottleneck for soul masters. Because all martial souls at level 70 have the skills of a martial soul's true body. But his cultivation level is stuck at level 70. He still needs the elves to complete 100,000 years of evolution before he can break through the bottleneck. It is very likely because of this martial soul's true form. Judging from Jiang Ming's experience studying in Shrek Academy for such a long time, the difficulty of opening this martial soul's true form is really a bit difficult. If nothing else, the evolution of elves for 100,000 years is a big trouble. If it weren't for the fact that he happened to be in the eyes of ice and fire, Xiao Bing, Xiao Lian and Xiao Ling, all 3 of them, had completed 100,000 years of evolution. If it hadn't been for the powerful light power of teachers and senior brothers in Shrek Academy, the existence of the owner, if it weren't for the coincidence of circumstances, Emperor Yuan provided the ultimate dark power. There is no way he can complete this 100,000 years of evolution. And if none of this happened, he might not be able to break through the bottleneck of level 70 until his death. This level of difficulty can be said to be unparalleled. However, Jiang Ming believes that the incredible difficulty must mean incredible benefits. If the difficulty is not proportional to the benefits, it is really unreasonable. Feeling the 71st level of soul power in his body, Jiang Ming let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what happens to the spirit soul of Book of Spirits, at least now, he has successfully broken through the 70-level bottleneck. This means that he can practice again. Sister Li Juan, I can practice again. Let's go practice. I haven't practiced for many years. As soon as this bottleneck was broken, Jiang Ming couldn't help but start practicing stand-up. While Jiang Ming was pulling Zhang Lexun to practice, a young man with only 11 levels of soul power was walking towards Shrek Academy. Chapter 207 Freshmen enroll and veterans emerge. Facing the dawn of a new day, Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun woke up from the nest of love. The sun shone on their faces, and the warm breath made them energetic after practicing all night. Have you worked so hard in cultivation before, Zhang? Lexun couldn't help but yawned, with a hazy sleepiness in her eyes. As the senior sister of the inner court, although she is very talented, she is also the most diligent one in the inner court in terms of diligence. However, compared with Jiang Ming, Zhang Lexun is still a little behind. Compared to Chimaki, this world is still too backward. Are you fighting? It's okay, I'm used to it, Jiang Ming smiled, reached out and pinched the smooth skin on Sister Lexun's face, and said softly, how about you sleep a little longer, Zhang Lexun shook her head. It's daytime, why should I sleep? Go out and continue practicing. With that said, Zhang Lexun drove Jiang Ming out of the room and changed into training clothes. Jiang Ming watched as he stretched and walked to the open space outside, stood still on his feet, and luckily did a set of Tai Chi to stretch his muscles a little. When I summoned my soul power to practice Tai Chi, the surrounding space seemed to vibrate. When Jiang Ming read those martial arts novels in the past, he was actually suspicious of those awesome moves. Who doesn't have a martial arts dream, but you really can't feel the inner strength? What? Am I not talented enough? Impossible. Now using the soul power to perform Tai Chi, the feeling of softness with firmness, firmness with softness, is really what it is. It's a pity that he only remembers a few names of the 18 dragons subduing palms, and has no idea at all. After finishing a set of Tai Chi, Zhang Lexun also walked out of the room. Is this your own strategy, Zhang? Lexun looked at Jiang Ming's seemingly slow but mysterious movements with some curiosity. Well, it's a self-created strategy, Jiang Ming thought for a while and said softly. He had learned Tai Chi for a period of time before, but the Tai Chi he learned at that time was basically not authentic, and many of the movements were too difficult and ineffective for a soul master with soul power. Not high. So Jiang Ming and Mr. Mu worked together to make improvements based on the actual conditions of this world. In addition to Tai Chi, there are many other moves and techniques that Jiang Ming can think of, but unfortunately they are fragmented and without the Heart Sutra, so the effect is not very great. It's true, talent is incomparable. Zhang Lexun was somewhat shocked. Even if she doesn't care about this kind of thing, Jiang Ming's talent is so outrageous that it can even be said to be terrifying. The martial soul is against the sky, the soul mentor is extremely talented, and he can also create his own tactics. He can write storybooks and come up with games like card games, which well, Sister Lexun, don't be discouraged, you are also very good, Jiang Ming comforted. It's a pity that these words sound a bit like Versailles. I also want to learn your tactics, Zhang Lexun said directly. Okay, come, do it with me, spread your legs, stand firm, hold your hands. Jiang Ming took Zhang Lexun to learn. Tai Chi is very simple to learn one move at a time, but the charm behind it needs to be understood by yourself. Anyway, Jiang Ming feels that he has not realized anything. It is uncertain whether Zhang Lexun can realize it. After a hearty morning exercise, Jiang Ming went to the outer courtyard at the invitation of his senior brother Yan Xiaos. Because another new class of freshmen has entered the school. The first military training was conducted by Jiang Ming himself, and he even tricked Yan Xiaos into using a piece of heavenly material and earthly treasure with a light attribute. In the past few years, Jiang Ming has disappeared and gone to Kainran Cliff and Stardao Forest, but he was not in the academy. Now that Jiang Ming happened to be at the college, and there was nothing else to do, Yan Xiaos directly dragged Jiang Ming to watch the military training of the new students. Moreover, Yan Xiaos was very smart and directly wrote Jiang Ming's name on the list of military training instructors. Jiang Ming took Zhang Lexun and flew towards the outer courtyard. He, who already had the Soul Saint cultivation level, and Zhang Lexun, who had the Soul Douluo cultivation level, already had the ability to fly briefly. At the same time, beside the bulletin board in Shrek Square, Bibi, along with a lively girl and a boy with good eyes, were looking at the list of freshmen for this year's military training. When Bibi and Tanya saw the two words at the top of the list, their faces instantly turned pale. How could it be him? Tanya's reaction was okay, but the corners of Bibi's mouth twitched crazily. Senior brother Bibi, teacher Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? The boy with the bright eyes asked with some confusion, wondering why senior brother Bibi and teacher Xiaoya suddenly became like this. Bibi let out a long sigh, put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and used a very sympathetic tone with pity on his face. You how, wish yourself well, my senior brother can't save you. Huh? The boy named Yu Hao was stunned. I don't understand what senior brother Bibi means. Xiao Yu Hao, you know, originally our outer courtyard did not have military training for freshmen. It is because of him that we have military training, Tang Yu said with some sadness and indignation. You don't know, military training is so torturous. Bibi looked at Tang Yu, who looked like she couldn't look back, patted her head, and said with a bitter smile, in short, this military training is very difficult. With your current soul power level, I'm afraid you will suffer a lot. Bibi recalled the time when she participated in military training under Jiang Ming. It was really unbearable to look back on. Hearing what senior brother Bibai and teacher Tang Yu said, Ho Yuheo, who had just passed the Tang sect quota and qualified to register, panicked subconsciously. He has seen brother Bibai's strength in the Star Dao forest. He can easily kill powerful 1,000-year-old soul beasts, but he has no idea about this military training. That's right. Bibai seemed to have suddenly remembered something. She looked at Ho Yuheo seriously and said in a deep voice, Yuheo, if an instructor asks you to sign up for Hell Week during military training, don't do it. Promise, Tang. Yu responded immediately and said the same, yes, Yuheo, don't sign up for Hell Week. Ho Yuheo again. Are you stunned? Hell Week? Why does it sound so permeable? Actually, there are many benefits to going through Hell Week, but with your current soul power level, it's better not to go in. It's very dangerous. Bibai hesitated to speak. Both he and Tang Yu experienced the Hell Week of military training. The Hell Week Tang Yu experienced was not bad and the difficulty was relatively low. But what he experienced back then was a Hell Week arranged by Jiang Ming himself. The intensity, really, he doesn't even want to recall those 7 days now. Okay, although Ho Yuheo was very curious, he believed that senior brother Bibai and teacher Tang Yu would not harm him. But Bibai forgot one thing. In addition to voluntary participation in Hell Week, there are also people who will be asked by name. Thanks for voting. If you want to add more updates, please wait until I save them. This month has already had 6 days, and there are 4 days left. Chapter 208. How did the 11th level soul power come in? 8 o'clock in the morning is a relatively acceptable time to start military training. In fact, Jiang Ming originally planned to set the time at 6 o'clock. After all, the Soul Master has soul power, and a few hours of sleep is enough for things like sleeping. But this idea was rejected by Yan Xiaos. He believed that the time of military training should be similar to the time of class, so that students can smoothly transition to class after military training. Jiang Ming had no choice about this, because his senior brother was the leader of the martial arts department. In the early morning, with the rising sun, the freshmen who have just completed their registration are about to usher in an unforgettable military training career. Jiang Ming stood on the high platform in the middle of Shrek Square, looking at the curious young faces below, and leisurely drinking a cup of milk tea. Is it time yet? Jiang Ming asked softly. It's almost there, there's still a stick of incense left to go, a military training instructor who was a disciple of the inner courtyard responded. Since the introduction of military training, the inner courtyard disciples have had another way to complete the tasks of the Shrek supervisory team. 1 month of military training is considered a supervision task. Although it takes a long time, the best thing is that there is no risk. Of course, the military training instructors must also be trained by the previous military training instructors to familiarize themselves with the business. There is still a stick of incense. How about one? Jiang Ming reached out and touched the storage soul guide at his waist, and a pair of exquisite cards suddenly appeared in his hand. The 2 instructors next to Jiang Ming looked at each other and agreed without hesitation. If it were another instructor, this would be military training soon, and he would definitely be scolded if he dared to play cards. But Jiang Ming is different, he is the big devil. As the initiator of the military training activity, he still has some privileges. Soon, under the eager gazes of hundreds of freshmen below, Jiang Ming, the chief instructor of military training, played cards with 2 instructors. Yes, sorry, this voice did not avoid the freshmen below at all. Below, the freshmen looked bewildered as they watched the instructor make no move and instead played cards. They were informed that they would go to Shrek Square for military training at this point, but they didn't know anything else. In such a confused situation, the time for a stick of incense passed quickly. Xiao Wang, sorry, 3. I won, Jiang Ming threw the cards in his hand and stood up happily. At the same time, the bell of class came from the teaching building. Not far away, 2 figures entered the square following the ringing of the bell, almost at the moment the ringing ended. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and glanced at the 2 freshmen who had stepped in. Those 2 who came in from behind, come here. Ho Yuheo and Wang Dong heard Jiang Ming calling from the high platform, and looked at each other nervously, but still moved toward them uneasily. Jiang Ming walked over. Instructor, we should not be late. Wang Dong was the first to speak. Apart from the fact that they came relatively late, he could not think of the reason why the instructor was watching the military training before it even started. Jiang Ming nodded, with a gentle smile on his face. Well, you two are indeed not late. Hearing this, Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong both looked happy, thinking that they would not be punished. So I won't punish you, but since you're so late, you should stand at the front of the team, and then perform well and set an example, Jiang Ming added. After speaking, Jiang Ming did not hesitate, skillfully picked up a loudspeaker soul guide, and asked the instructor to start forming the team. After a while, the 300 to 400 freshmen were divided into 5 classes and 5 large queues. Each queue was led by 2 instructors. This arrangement is also the class arrangement for the freshmen after their military training. Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong were originally going to be in the first class team, but unfortunately, they were caught by Jiang Ming and stood at the front to set an example for others. Wang Dong seems to be fine. He has been a genius that has attracted much attention since he was a child. But Hou Yuhao was obviously not used to it. He felt very uncomfortable being stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes. Well, very good. They are all in good spirits, and there are no fools who don't wear school uniforms. It's pretty good, Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction. What he didn't know was that after his first military training, freshmen were reminded to wear school uniforms when receiving military training. Then, the military training officially begins. Jiang Ming snapped his fingers, and in an instant, more than a dozen tyrannical soul pressure swept over the freshmen in the queue. The first wave of soul power pressure was not very strong. Under the control of the instructors, the overall soul power pressure was maintained at about level 10. This level of soul power pressure will make a soul master with more than 10 levels of soul power cultivation feel very uncomfortable, while a soul master with more than 20 levels of soul power cultivation will subconsciously release his martial soul. For a time, yellow and purple soul rings appeared one by one in the freshman queue, reflecting each other in the tight queue. As for Jiang Ming, he personally took care of the 2 freshmen who had just stepped in. He also released the soul power pressure, but deliberately raised the soul power by 1 level, making the soul power pressure reach an 11th level. However, when the 11th level of soul power pressure enveloped the 2 freshmen, forcing them to release their martial souls, Jiang Ming was a little stunned. It was not because of how outstanding the performance of these 2 freshmen was, but because the situation of these 2 guys was a bit beyond his expectation. The handsome freshman with pink-blue hair performed very well, and did not feel any difficulty under the pressure of the 11th level of soul power. Even when he released his martial soul, Jiang Ming was slightly surprised by the 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple. The second soul ring reaches 1,000 years. This talent is extraordinary. The other new students also surprised Jiang Ming. It's not that this guy also has a super soul ring matching ratio, but the white 10-year soul ring is really special. In the entire square, including the instructors, everyone's soul rings are yellow and purple, and not one of them is white. The new student in front of me only has 1 soul ring, a white 10-year soul ring. Even when Jiang Ming released the 11th level of soul power pressure, the white-ringed freshman was directly crushed to the ground. Hou Yuhao! Hou Yuhao! Seeing Hou Yuhao fall, Wang Dong shouted anxiously. Stop shouting, he's fine. Jiang Ming walked to Hou Yuhao, looked at his painful look, and frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand to feel the soul power in Hou Yuhao's body, and his frown instantly deepened. 11th level soul power. Isn't the admission requirement for the outer courtyard a 15th level soul power before the age of 12? How did this kid get in? Chapter 209. Thinking of me? You came in through the Tang Sect's special recruitment quota. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to the other instructors' explanations. Speaking of which, he hasn't had much contact with the Tang Sect. This is the first time he knows that the Tang Sect has a quota for special recruits every year at Shrek Academy. Since I came in through the regular route, forget it, but with your 11th level soul power, can you hold on? Jiang Ming looked at the new student who was already sweating profusely and asked softly, I can definitely persevere. Hou Yuhao's eyes were full of stubbornness and determination. Even though he was pressed to the ground by the pressure of his soul power, he still had no idea of giving up. Oh, yes, not bad. Then just keep persisting. I want to see how long you can last. Jiang Ming nodded and looked at Hou Yuhao with a hint of amusement. He lowered Hou Yuhao's soul power pressure to level 10, but even if he lowered his soul power pressure by 1 level, he would still be treated the same as other freshmen. And this is still an intensity that his 11th level soul power cannot withstand. Ho Yuheo felt that the force pressing on him had weakened a bit. He wanted to try to stand up, but even if the force weakened, he could not stand up. As a reminder, the first round of soul power pressure lasts for 10 minutes. Jiang Ming stood up, glanced at the queue of freshmen below, and realized that this was just the beginning. Within a minute, someone was swaying. Obviously, these people have never had this kind of experience, and even if it is only the 10th level of soul power pressure, it is difficult to accept it. And some people look very relaxed. For example, there is a freshman in class 2 who looks very similar to that guy Dai Yuhen. The third ring, it seems, is not the third ring that has just been broken through. Compared with this guy, Ho Yuheo, who was pressed to the ground and kneeling on one knee, looked quite embarrassed. Time passed minute by minute. 10 minutes was neither long nor short. But some people can no longer hold on. And this person is not Ho Yuheo, who has the lowest soul power. Take her to the infirmary to take it easy. Jiang Ming directed an instructor to take a fainted female freshman to the infirmary. Every year in military training, freshmen faint at the soul power level. Sometimes, this has less to do with soul power and more to do with willpower. Jiang Ming knelt down and glanced at the puddle of sweat under Ho Yuheo's face. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Although this little guy's talent is not very good, it can even be said to be very poor, but his willpower is surprisingly strong. It's a pity. If this kid was more talented and could reach the second level, Jiang Ming felt that he might become a strong man. 10 minutes passed quickly, during which 2 more freshmen fainted and were sent to the infirmary. And Ho Yuheo, even though he looked exhausted, never fainted. It's interesting, Jiang Ming murmured, and then picked up the soul amplifier. Stop. The next moment, the soul pressure that enveloped the freshmen slowly dissipated. Many freshmen just hung down, holding their knees with their hands and breathing heavily, with beads of sweat covering their foreheads. Ho Yuheo, after the soul power pressure on his body was gone, Wang Dong quickly checked on Ho Yuheo's situation. I said, he is fine, Jiang Ming said softly. Then he looked at Ho Yuheo and said, can you get up? If you can get up, I will give you a little gift, although this little guy has poor talent. Jiang Ming likes his stubborn temper and willpower very much. You pervert, what else do you want to do to Ho Yuheo? When Wang Dong heard Jiang Ming's words, he thought that Jiang Ming would continue to harm Ho Yuheo, and he suddenly became angry. Jiang Ming was really stunned by Wang Dong's scolding. To be honest, this was his first time being pointed at his nose and called a pervert. Wang Dong. Ho Yuheo stretched out his hand to grab Wang Dong, raised his face soaked with sweat, and gasped, I'm fine, you can stand up. When Jiang Ming saw this, he did not speak, but looked at Ho Yuheo quietly. Resisting the fatigue of his muscles, Ho Yuheo slowly raised the knee on the ground, but every time he raised his body a little, he would feel a sense of soreness all over his body. He just persisted with willpower, but the strength of the body cannot be changed by willpower. If you hold on hard, your body will inevitably have problems. Jiang Ming, what are you, Zhang? Lexuan walked to Jiang Ming, looked at the stubborn freshman, and frowned lightly. It's okay, just watch, this little guy is a bit interesting. Time passed little by little, but Ho Yuheo only stood up a little. I can't keep waiting for you. If you can't stand up for a minute, forget it. Jiang Ming added some more ingredients to Ho Yuheo. Hearing this, Ho Yuheo trembled and almost fell down again. However, he still held steady. Little by little, he stood up. 1 minute is just right. Seeing this, Jiang Ming stretched and nodded. Very good, since you did it, then I can't break my promise. As he said that, Jiang Ming stood behind Ho Yuheo, reached out and slapped Ho Yuheo on the back. Ho Yuheo, who was already in great pain, cried out in pain after being slapped. He felt a force rushing in from his back, walking between his meridians, and forcibly opening some blocked meridians in his body. This is a good thing for him, it can save him a long time of training, and it can also improve his soul power. However, the feeling of having his meridians forcibly open was really unbearable, which made him scream. What's wrong? What's wrong? In Ho Yuheo's spiritual sea, Xianmeng Bingxi, who was still sleeping, was suddenly awakened. When it used its mental power to check the situation inside Ho Yuheo's body, its 2 big eyes suddenly shone brightly. Where does this power come from? It can actually directly help Xiao Yuheo's body to forcibly open the meridians without harming Xiao Yuheo's body. No, how can this power have the effect of nourishing the body? Br. Hou Yuhao had fainted at this time. He had reached his limit just now. His muscles were sore all over his body and his meridians were forcibly opened. This feeling was extremely refreshing for his still weak body. What did you do to him, Wang? Dong looked at Hou Yuhao who had fainted, and looked at Jiang Ming with wide eyes, anger in his eyes. Nothing, I gave him something, it's good for him. Someone, take him to take a bath, and bring him back when he wakes up. Jiang Ming asked an instructor to take Hou Yuhao. If you go back to take a shower, a lot of impurities will come out when the meridians are opened, and it will smell very bad. What do you look like? Do you want to hit me, Jiang Ming looked at this pink-haired handsome boy and chuckled, I don't need soul power, come on, do you dare to fight? I'm embarrassed. I typed the wrong chapter name, here we go. Replaced with beat, I can't change it back, I'll cry to death. Dongai has corrected it, thanks for the correction. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. Any questions? Very comfortable to wear. Facing Wang Dong's look that wanted to fight, Jiang Ming was not angry. Instead, he proposed to fight Wang Dong without using his soul power. Whoever is afraid of whom, come on, Wang Dong is obviously impatient and has a bad temper. He and Hou Yuhao have only been roommates for a day or two. To say how deep the relationship is, then it's nonsense. However, the young man's passion and a little bit of rebelliousness made him respond immediately after being so provoked by Jiang Ming. Okay. Have courage, Jiang Ming nodded and waved for other instructors to continue military training. He fought with Wang Dong without delaying the military training of other freshmen. Come on, I won't bully you, I'll give you 3 moves. After the two stood apart, Jiang Ming very gentlemanly offered to give Wang Dong 3 moves. How should I put it? If the big bully's the small, you still have to give in. HMPH, Wang Dong didn't say anything more, but rubbed his wrist, thinking about using these 3 moves to make this psychopathic guy suffer. Period. Before the military training, the freshmen all understood the strength of the military training instructors. The specific soul power level will not be reported, but judging from the fact that the instructors are all selected from the inner courtyard disciples, these instructors are definitely strong men with a cultivation level of Soul King or above. If he, a freshman in his 20s, wants to make a guy with Soul King or above suffer some hardships, he must go all out from the beginning. Are you ready? Jiang Ming looked at Wang Dong who had not moved yet and urged in a lazy voice. Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, Wang Dong completed the possession of the martial spirit in an instant, spread out his gorgeous wings behind him, and quickly flew towards Jiang Ming. As he flew over, the purple soul ring on his body flickered. Obviously, Wang Dong's strategy is to use all his strength as soon as he comes up. When I fought with Hou Yuhao a few days ago, I was defeated by Hou Yuhao who only had 11th level soul power and was physically weak because he underestimated the enemy. He will not make the same mistake again. Huh? Jiang Ming looked at Wang Dong flying towards him, blinked and was stunned for a moment. This martial spirit, if the knowledge he learned in the inner academy is correct, this martial spirit shouldn't appear in a boy, right? A woman disguised as a man? But this guy does have an Adam's apple. Jiang Ming was a little confused. There was a discrepancy between this situation and the martial arts knowledge he had learned. He didn't know for a while whether it was because he was wrong in what he learned or because he was dazzled. I'm actually in a daze. Very good, prepare to be embarrassed, Wang Dong felt happy when he saw that Jiang Ming was obviously stunned. Just now, he didn't have much confidence in whether his attack could pose a threat to Jiang Ming. After all, this guy's soul power was much higher than his own. But now he was in a daze for a moment, which was a great opportunity. Light of the butterfly god, light groups shot out from the golden light patterns of the butterfly wings. When the light groups flew to Jiang Ming's side, they exploded instantly. Seeing Jiang Ming covered by the explosion of the butterfly god's light, Wang Dong felt relieved. You know, his butterfly god's light is a 1,000-year soul ring skill. Even the Soul King could not stop the power of these golden light explosions without using his soul power. And if he uses his soul power, then Jiang Ming will lose. A look of pride appeared on Wang Dong's face, but before he could be happy for a long time, he saw Jiang Ming walking away from the explosion of the light ball unscathed. Ahem, Jiang Ming stretched out his hand and fanned himself in front of him, blowing away some of the dust that was blown up. Well, it's pretty powerful. It's a 1,000-year soul skill, right? Jiang Ming looked at Wang Dong. Not even his clothes were damaged. How is this possible? Wang Dong was extremely surprised. This was his second soul skill, the 1,000-year soul ring skill. Forget it, if you can't hit Jiang Ming, you can't even hit Jiang Ming's clothes. Isn't that too much? How is it impossible? You still have 2 chances, Jiang Ming said with a chuckle. By the way, this martial spirit, I remember, should only be female. Jiang Ming wanted to express his doubts, but Wang Dong glared at him and launched another offensive. Wing Wing Guillotine. Wang Dong's wings formed a golden edge of light, cutting towards Jiang Ming like a light knife. Seeing this, Jiang Ming didn't even bother to move, and just let the light knife hide him. Wang Dong still sneered at Jiang Ming's behavior of underestimating the enemy, but when the light knife hit Jiang Ming remained motionless, but Wang Dong himself rolled over. Fortunately, Wang Dong reacted quickly, and after flipping around in the air, he landed safely. What is going on? Exclamation mark. Wang Dong was stunned. He used soul skills to fight, but Jiang Ming remained motionless, and there was no soul power fluctuation on his body, but it was him who almost fell down. There is indeed no soul power fluctuation. No, there is something wrong with your clothes. Wang Dong quickly changed his mind. Without the protection of soul power, no matter how strong Jiang Ming's body is, the clothes can't take on 2 of his soul skills and still have nothing to do. The only possibility is that there is something wrong with this guy's clothes. When Wang Dong and Jiang Ming fought for 2 rounds, the instructors and freshmen who were in military training also watched the battle between the two. How is this possible? After using 2 soul skills, the chief instructor was not injured. Not only are they unscathed, but the clothes are not torn at all. What is going on with the chief instructor that he is so powerful? The freshmen were greatly shocked. It was only 2 rounds, but the freshmen were able to understand Jiang Ming's terrifying power. If you let them go up to pick up these 2 soul skills, most people will not be able to pick them up. And if you don't use your soul power, you will definitely die. But the chief instructor just stood there, without even the slightest change in his hairstyle. Not only the freshmen, but also the instructors were a little surprised when they saw this scene. Faced with these 2 soul skills of Wang Dong, they can block them. Some of them are physically stronger and can block them without soul power, but they will definitely be injured. The Great Demon King is so powerful. Speaking of which, have you ever seen the Big Devil take action? I have seen him being tortured once when he was in the 3rd grade in the outer courtyard. There is one more move, Jiang Ming stretched and said softly. You're cheating. There's definitely something wrong with your clothes, Wang Dong said unconvinced. The clothes that carried his 2 soul skills were not torn at all. If this is no problem, write his last name backwards. Is there a problem? Where is the problem? Jiang Ming reached out and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder, and said softly, these clothes made of 10,000-year-old ice silk are very comfortable to wear. What's the problem? Hearing this, Wang Dong's eyes widened instantly, with a look of disbelief on his face. Clothes made of Wanyan ice silk? No, Wanyan ice silk is ice silk spun by Wanyan ice silkworm. That thing is extremely expensive. A small item costs tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Do you use it to weave clothes? Exclamation mark. Chapter 211 Instructor Jiang is also a spirit beast? Exclamation mark. Continue. There is one last move. Jiang Ming looked at Wang Dong. The expression on his face was still very calm. Wang Dong looked at Jiang Ming's clothes made of 10,000-year-old ice silk, his eyes full of resentment. You are wearing clothes made of Wanyan ice silk. How can I hit you? You are bullying. How could a 2nd-level cultivation be able to defeat the defensive power of Wanyan ice silk? Bullying people? Okay, since you think you are bullying people, then I will change this one, Jiang Ming said, taking off his outer clothes without saying a word. Put it over to Sister Lexuan. Is this going to be bad? You have another trick. Come on, Jiang Ming said softly. When Wang Dong saw this, his eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth and flew up again. Light of the butterfly god, without the protection of 10,000 years of ice silk, he did not believe that Jiang Ming could take this blow without injury. But perhaps Wang Dong was attracted most of his attention by the Wanyan ice silk clothes. He forgot one thing. Giving 3 moves is not just standing there and getting beaten. When the golden patterns on the butterfly wings behind Wang Dong once again ejected small groups of light, Jiang Ming did not stand like the first time, but took off on the spot. The powerful body gives Jiang Ming amazing jumping ability. Almost a moment the small ball of light exploded next to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming jumped out of the explosion range. Still unharmed. How can you hide, seeing Jiang Ming dodge? Wang Dong said subconsciously, but before he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. Jiang Ming did say that he would give up 3 blows, but he did not say that he must receive 3 blows. Okay, I've given up on the 3 moves, it's my turn. Hearing the sound, Wang Dong reacted very quickly and took off immediately. Having a martial spirit that can fly is very advantageous in battle. Just like now, if Wang Dong faces a soul master without the ability to fly, even if the opponent is a soul king, as long as the opponent does not have long-range attack capabilities, he can survive for a few seconds. But unfortunately, he was not facing the soul king. Using the advantage of flying to deal with, well, IQ is still online. Jiang Ming nodded, confirming Wang Dong's response at the moment. But the next moment, Jiang Ming's figure disappeared from the place. Wang Dong in the air wanted to fly higher, but before his wings could fly, Jiang Ming's voice sounded behind him. Where are you looking? Before Wang Dong could react, Jiang Ming struck him down with a palm. The heavy force caused Wang Dong's body to fall straight down, but when he was about to hit the ground, Jiang Ming kicked him up again. After repeating this 3 times, Jiang Ming landed with Wang Dong, who had no ability to resist at all. As for me, I like people who are high-spirited and courageous. Who among you wants to be like him and fight with me? Jiang Ming looked at the new students in military training. They asked softly. Silence. The freshman Q was very silent. Even the one with the highest cultivation level, who looked like a boy from Dai Yuheng's family, remained silent. They all saw the battle just now. Wang Dong from the second ring had no chance of fighting back in Jiang Ming's hands. Even if you don't use soul power, it's the same. If you beat me, you will be exempted from all military training and sent to the inner courtyard. How about it? Are you excited? Seeing that no one spoke, Jiang Ming added another chip. This time, someone's eyes flickered, but they still couldn't stand up. The temptation to be escorted to the inner court is indeed great, but you still need to have a little bit of self-knowledge. Seeing that no one had come forward yet, a trace of disappointment clearly flashed across Jiang Ming's face. Sister Lexun, take him to the infirmary to have a rest. Jiang Ming handed Wang Dong to Sister Lexun, said something, then continued and sat down. Take out a book and read it. As a chief instructor, he is quite boring. Zhang Lexun returned the clothes to Jiang Ming and took Wang Dong to the infirmary. As for why Zhang Lexun took Wang Dong to the infirmary, Jiang Ming has basically determined the battle just now. Although this guy has an Adam's apple, he is definitely a girl. Of course, it is better to let girls help with things like changing clothes and taking a shower. The goddess of light, Dai Wuhan, also pretended to be a boy. If he hadn't read some records when he was checking books related to Wuhan in the inner courtyard, he would have been deceived by him. However, he remembered that freshmen were admitted to a dormitory for 2 people, right? Looking at the situation, Ho Yuheo and Wang Dong should be roommates. What if someone accidentally exposed something while taking a shower? Hey Alice, are young people today so good at playing? People's hearts are not ancient. People's hearts are not ancient. Jiang Ming thought to himself that he was a little disappointed with this freshman. Ho Yuheo has a strong will and was originally a malleable talent, but his talent was too poor. Wang Dong, the second 1,000-year soul ring, has no doubt about his talent, but this guy is disguised as a man and he doesn't know what he is going to do. In other words, there are few third-level students among the freshmen, and their qualifications are quite good, but they are a little timid. Most of these freshmen thought he was punishing Ho Yuheo and Wang Dong because they came late, but they didn't know that being punished by him had its benefits. By unblocking a few meridians, future cultivation will be more efficient. Next to the square, there is a temporary medical office of dozens of square meters. For relatively mild symptoms, such as freshmen with dizziness, rest in a chair. The heavier one, the fainted freshman, was lying on the bed. There are also some people who need to wash their bodies. There are a row of small cubicles inside, equipped with special bathing facilities. Zhang Lexun quickly took Wang Dong into one of the cubicles, pulled Wang Dong clean, and threw him into a bathtub to rinse. Although Zhang Lexun didn't know why Wang Dong disguised herself as a man, since she did it, she wanted to keep it secret, so she deliberately avoided other people in the infirmary. Next door to this small room, Ho Yuheo was also being scoured by a male instructor. Because there were a lot of impurities in Ho Yuheo's body, after the meridians were opened, those impurities were forced out through the pores, emitting a very unpleasant smell. The male instructor also frowned and held his breath while cleaning Ho Yuheo's body. Ho Yuheo hasn't woken up yet, but his consciousness is chatting with Jiang Ming Bingxi, who has already woken up, in the sea of spirit. Zio Yuheo, that instructor of yours is very extraordinary. I feel the same kind of aura in him, Jiang Ming Bingxi said in a deep voice. Ho Yuheo was immediately shocked and said in disbelief, Brother Jiang Ming, are you saying that Instructor Jiang is also a soul beast? Jiang Ming Bingxi directly knocked Ho Yuheo's head off. Who said he is a soul beast? I mean, the clothes on him have the aura of my kind. If I read it correctly, the clothes on him are made of 10,000 years of ice silk. This thing is a very precious treasure. And the palm he slaps you has a magical power that not only breaks away from your body, blocked meridians without adversely affecting your body. Chapter 212. Who wants to stand up and show off? This guy is definitely not simple. Jiang Ming Bingxi spoke highly of Jiang Ming. For a soul beast with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, he can say these words, which represent a deep meaning. But Brother Jiang Ming, Instructor Jiang is not simple. It seems to have nothing to do with us. Ho Yuheo touched his little head that was knocked brainless by Jiang Ming, although he was mentally the conscious body in the sea, but it still hurts. That's right, Jiang Ming Bingxi blinked his huge eyes, with a hint of stupidity in his clear eyes. Anyway, the slap he just gave you is of great benefit to you. Feel it? Are your meridians much smoother? Your soul power has also exceeded one level. Jiang Ming Bingxi rolled over in Ho Yuheo's spiritual sea, and then woke up Ho Yuheo's consciousness, while he continued to sleep. As a being who relied on sleeping and eating to become the first 1,000,000-year-old soul beast in history, it attaches great importance to things like sleep. After Ho Yuheo woke up, the impurities on his body had been completely washed away. Are you awake? Wake up, change your clothes, and go back to the military training. After washing Ho Yuheo's body, the instructor did not leave, but kept waiting for Ho Yuheo to wake up. Their military training is one thing, but the safeguards for new students are absolutely in place. Oh, okay. When Ho Yuheo heard this, he suddenly stood up from the tub. However, even though the instructor was also a boy, Ho Yuheo still shyly covered his little peanuts with his hands before quickly getting dressed. At the same time, Wang Dong, who was a little worse than Ho Yuheo next door, also slowly woke up under Zhang Lexun's gaze. Jiang Ming was not very merciful when he attacked Wang Dong just now. After all, compared to Ho Yuheo, Wang Dong's body is stronger and can withstand more force. Of course, it stands to reason that this little guy is a girl and should be gentler. But he had no choice but to treat anyone who asked him to disguise himself as a boy. Where are I? Wang Dong slowly opened his eyes. Before he understood what was going on, he felt a chill on his body. Where are my clothes? Pupillary earthquake. He didn't know where to cover his hands, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Your clothes are here. If you wake up, come and change. Hearing another person's voice, Wang Dong became even more panicked, and huddled up in the corner of the tub. Wang Dong was obviously relieved when he saw the girl Zhang Lexun next to him. I'm telling you, is it fun for a woman to dress up as a man? If we hadn't recognized that your martial soul, bright goddess butterfly, is a martial soul that can only appear on girls, maybe it might appear in front of you now. He's just a male instructor, Zhang Lexun said as she handed Wang Dong's clothes to him. Wang Dong didn't speak, just put on his clothes silently. They all know. After putting on his clothes, Wang Dong looked at Zhang Lexun and asked nervously in a low voice. No, we don't know your purpose of disguising yourself as a man, but if you don't want to be exposed, we still respect you, Zhang Lexun replied softly, and then opened a crack in the door. Looked at the situation outside. Thank you, Zhang Lexun smiled and then took Wang Dong's hand. There are not many people outside now, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Lexun led Wang Dong out of the infirmary quickly. And Ho Yuheo was right in front. Ho Yuheo! Wang Dong shouted and stopped Ho Yuheo. How are you doing, Ho? Yuheo smiled and said, Me? I'm fine. Instructor Jiang helped me clear a few blocked channels. Meridians, my soul power has increased by 1 level. By the way, Why are you here too, Wang? Duong was a little stunned when he heard Hou Yuheo's words. Immediately, he also found that his body seemed a little lighter, and his soul power moved more smoothly through his meridians. My meridians seem to have been opened up a little bit. What the hell is going on, Wang? Dong looked confused. Zhang Lexuan walked up to the two of them and said softly, "Is it difficult to understand? Your instructor Jiang is optimistic about you and helped you open up a few meridians, huh?" Wang Dong looked at Jiang Ming, who was not far away, and couldn't believe that such a vicious bully could be so kind. "Well, Wang Dong, it was indeed instructor Jiang who helped us open up the meridians," Hou Yuheo nodded. "The two over there, come over as soon as you wake up." "Do you want me to wait for you, Jiang?" Ming's slightly impatient voice came, which sounded a little bit severe. "Wang Dong, let's go quickly." Hou Yuheo didn't say anything, and immediately took Wang Dong's hand and ran towards Jiang Ming. Seeing this, Zhang Lexuan's mouth curved slightly. She had an intuition that something would happen between these two people. In the square, a new round of military training continues to begin. The soul power pressure is still at level 10, but after adapting to the previous rounds, there has been no fainting in this round. Well, that's good. You freshmen are all geniuses recommended by the intermediate soul master academies of various empires. Since you are a genius, you must look like a genius. The moment Jiang Ming spoke, all the freshmen vaguely felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Ming said to the loudspeaker soul guide, "Next, the basic soul power pressure is level 10. Whoever has confidence, give yourself extra." Hearing this, not only the freshmen, but also the instructors were stunned. No, there is nothing like this in the military training plan. They reviewed the military training plan they had prepared before and found that what Jiang Ming mentioned was not on the plan at all. "Alice, Big Devil, it seems that we don't have this in our military training plan, right?" An instructor approached Jiang Ming and said with some embarrassment. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "No, you can add more if you don't have it. It's not a bad thing. I will bear all the responsibilities, just listen to me." Jiang Ming added some spice to the military training very domineeringly. After hearing what Jiang Ming said, the guy in the crowd who looked very similar to Dai Yuhang stood up directly. "Me, as for the matter of military training, Dai Huolbin, as the son of the White Tiger Duke's palace, and his eldest brother is still in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and served as the first instructor. The military training process is very clear. Moreover, he is still a very proud person." Jiang Ming asked before if anyone dared to challenge him, but he didn't do it because it was just a beating and it was meaningless. But now, Jun Xian takes the initiative to add soul power pressure to himself. This is a pretentious and showy thing. It shows his 30+ level soul master cultivation. How can he not stand up? Chapter 213 is finally on the list. Yes. Are there any more? He's not the only one, is he, Jiang? Ming nodded, looked at the young faces in the freshman queue below, and asked softly. "And me?" A little fat man stood up. Judging from the soul ring on his body, he was also a 3-ring soul master. "I'll give it a try too." A girl with short hair stood up. What surprised Jiang Ming was that she was from the Cabello Glazed sect. After seeing someone step up to take the lead, other freshmen who still had some strength left under the pressure of the 10th level soul power also stepped forward one after another. For a soul master, it is a good thing to have the courage to challenge yourself, which is why Jiang Ming proposed to increase the number. After all, the soul power gap between the freshmen is a bit big. Hou Yuheo has the lowest level 11 soul power, and Dai Huobin has the highest level 30 soul power. This cultivation level is destined to have a huge difference in the intensity they can withstand. Very good, those who just stood up are above the 2nd level, and the soul power pressure has been increased to level 15. These 3 3rd level ones, come here, Jiang. Ming proposed to take the initiative to increase the pressure, but these freshmen, they are still young, and some of them cannot fully realize their own level. I haven't even reached the 2nd ring, how can I increase the amount? Soon, the soul power pressure changed slightly. Jiang Ming did not ask the freshmen in the 2nd ring of the queue to separate out and form a new queue. Instead, he asked the instructors to make adjustments according to the student's situation. Sometimes, military training not only trains freshmen, but also trains instructors. Sister Lexuan, please watch them. If any of them who are not good at academics make a mistake, you can save the day, Jiang. Ming put his mouth next to Zhang Lexun's ear and whispered softly. Period. The hot breath brushed against Zhang Lexun's delicate earlobes, causing a light blush to appear on Zhang Lexun's face. Got it, Jiang Ming nodded. With Zhang Lexun as the 8-ring soul fighter, nothing can go wrong in the freshman queue. As for himself, he wanted to start taking care of the 5 outstanding freshmen in front of him. Hou Yuhao has the weakest soul power, but the strongest willpower. Wang Dong, a woman disguised as a man, has the 2nd soul ring for 1,000 years. Dai Huolbin, Zhi Huanao, Ning Yan, the 3-ringed soul master. These 5 people are quite outstanding, at least in Jiang Ming's current observation. They are already distinguished from other freshmen. However, in order to avoid any omissions, Jiang Ming still raised the soul amplifier. Is there anything special? For example, twin martial souls, martial soul fusion skills, etc. Raise your hands. Martial souls and soul rings are on the surface. Yes, it's true at first glance. But other things, such as martial soul fusion skills and twin martial souls, really can't be seen unless they are shown. Originally, Jiang Ming had no hope. Twin martial souls were quite rare, and martial soul fusion skills were the same, or even rarer. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, 4 people raised their hands. And these 4 freshmen are all girls. Good guys, the quality of this freshman class is great. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then sighed. You know, in their generation, although there were several soul masters, he was the only one with twin martial souls and no martial soul fusion skills. But this time, come here, Jiang Ming called the 4 girls up, while the others continued to bear the corresponding soul power coercion. Come on, let's talk. Who has twin martial souls and who has martial soul fusion skills? Don't worry, if you have twin martial souls, you don't need to tell me about the 2nd martial spirit. If you have martial soul fusion skills, you don't need to tell me the effects of the martial soul fusion skills. I just want to understand your situation. Twin martial souls and martial soul fusion skills are both secrets. For a soul master, it is better not to tell the public. Jiang Ming has his own thoughts on this, but he doesn't. I will ask too clearly. Report to the instructor. I am a twin martial spirit. A cute girl among the 4 girls raised her hand and said. Jiang Ming nodded, and then looked at the other 3 people standing aside. Where are you guys? A girl whose martial soul is a ghost civet raised her hand. Report to the instructor. Dai Huolbin and I have the martial soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger. In fact, Jiang Ming guessed it when he saw this girl. There is a white tiger with evil eyes here, and a ghost civet cat. It is very likely that he has martial soul fusion skills. But he wasn't sure. After all, Dai Yuhang, a fool, didn't have the spirit fusion skills with a girl who had the nether spirit cat spirit. Tisk, how pitiful. Report to the instructor. We both also have martial arts fusion skills. The remaining 2 freshmen are twins. Their characteristics are very obvious, and they have long hair. Period. Yes, I understand, Jiang Ming nodded and began to think in his mind. Of course, he was not idle during this period of thinking. Except for Hou Yuhao, all the others have reached level 20 of soul power pressure. Faced with this level of soul power pressure, even Dai Huolbin, who had the highest level of cultivation, frowned. Those who have martial soul fusion skills, hold hands and resist the pressure of soul power together. Feel it well and strengthen your tacit understanding. As for the twin martial souls, can you handle it? Jiang Ming looked at this petite girl and couldn't bear to be cruel. If the new students with martial soul fusion skills can fight against a pressure of soul power through the 2 of them, then this girl named Xiaoxio and this tomboy who disguises himself as a man will have a hard time. Tomboy is a little better. Several meridians have just been opened, and his 2nd Millennium Soul Ring has also enhanced his physical fitness. However, apart from having 1 more martial soul, twin martial souls will not improve the body in any way without adding soul rings. I can, Xiaoxio said with great difficulty. Her soul power is a little over level 20, and has not even reached the late stage of the 2nd level. The pressure of this level 20 soul power is too much for her. Jiang Ming thought for a while, then reached out and patted Xiaoxio on the shoulder. A gentle force traveled through Xiaoxio's meridians, making her feel less uncomfortable. Time passed by minute by second, and when the day's military training was over, all the freshmen were exhausted. Even the cafeteria provided free iced melons and delicious grilled chicken legs, but it did not dissipate the fatigue on the faces of the freshmen. But fortunately, before the end of today's training, Jiang Ming asked them all to drink a glass of water of life, diluted version. This thing can fully relieve their fatigue, and they can still get up for military training tomorrow. It sounds a bit cruel, but the effect is still great. In one day, everyone felt that their body and soul power had improved, obviously. After the day's military training, Jiang Ming had already selected the few people he had picked out during the day. List of participants in Hell Week training: Ho Yu Heo, Wang Dong, Xia Oxeo, Dai Hulbin, Zulu, Zihuanayu, Ning Don, Lan Su Su, Lan Luoluo. Jiang Ming looked at the list, thoughts flashing in his eyes. What should we do this Hell Week? Thank you all for your votes. I will try it again next week. Chapter 214, I deserve a beating, but you can't beat me. The preliminary candidates for Hell Week have been finalized, but the military training will last for a month after all. Even if the 7 days of Hell Week are subtracted, there are still more than 20 days left. In these more than 20 days, Jiang Ming still has to choose a few people. 9 is not enough. The next day, when the freshmen who had had a night's rest faced the instructors who had been standing early in Shrek Square again, their eyes became a little complicated. It is a fact that the strength has been significantly improved, but it is also a fact that it is exhausting. Okay, it seems that you all had a good rest last night. Then, let's continue today. Jiang Ming picked out the few people who were on the list and personally reviewed the results. Their endurance must be tempered to the greatest extent. The other freshmen are under the care of the instructors, and most of them enjoy the friendly treatment of the 10th level soul power pressure. It's still the same as yesterday. Those with martial soul fusion skills should cultivate their compatibility, and others should take care of it themselves. After Jiang Ming said this, he took out a book. Start reading. When Jiang Ming discovered that Wang Dong was a girl through his martial arts yesterday, he understood something. From now on, you can no longer just read books about soul guides, and you can't lose your knowledge about martial arts, otherwise you won't be able to tell the difference between men and women in the future. Everything was proceeding step by step. The sunshine in Shrek Square gradually became hotter, and the heat was transmitted through the queue of freshmen, making the freshmen who were already under the pressure of soul power sweat profusely and feel extremely uncomfortable. Can you hold it? If you can't hold it, tell me. Jiang Ming took out a large parasol from the storage soul guide, fixed it with something, and then he took out a long-lost folding table, put stools on it, put iced melon and milk tea on it, and even took out a small plate filled with all kinds of fresh ingredients. Lobster, beef skewers, lamb chops, pork belly, etc. Hey, whose martial soul has the ability to control fire? Come and heat it up for me and treat you to something delicious. Jiang Ming looked at the instructors. Since the elves fell asleep, Jiang Ming's happiness of eating iced drinks and grilled skewers anytime and anywhere has disappeared. I can control fire. An instructor raised his hand on his own initiative. He was about to remove the pressure of the released soul power and walk towards Jiang Ming. What are you doing? Jiang Ming frowned. Who asked you to remove the soul power pressure, and light a fire to influence you to release the soul power pressure for them? The instructor who was pointed was stunned, and then quickly the soul power pressure was raised again. That's right. Let's have fun and have fun. We can't delay the business, you know. Jiang Ming put on a smile again, took out the barbecue table, and signaled the instructor who knew how to control fire to order it. A fire. Soon, under Jiang Ming's command, various fragrant meat smells spread directly throughout the square. Come, eat some meat skewers. I tell you, I'm a good cook. It's absolutely delicious. Jiang Ming handed several grilled meat skewers to the controller. Instructor Ho said somewhat proudly. Alice, you have to eat. Can you stabilize the pressure of your soul power? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Come on, I'll give you a sheep kidney to replenish it. The fire control instructor heard this. With these words, his face immediately straightened up, and the pressure of his soul power that was shaking just now was stabilized. Just kidding, who wants to be said to have kidney deficiency? He will also participate in Poseidon Fate to find a partner in the past few years. If word spreads about this, it will not be Lianglian. Steady, if you can't hold it steady, you have a weak kidney, Jiang Ming said half-jokingly, and then gave a few more small strings to Sister Li Juan. Although Jiang Ming thinks that with Sister Lexun's amount of exercise and cultivation, it is unlikely that she will gain weight from eating skewers, but Sister Lexun said so, just eat less. When Jiang Ming grilled a large number of meat skewers, he asked the fire control instructor to share the meat skewers with other instructors who were already salivating. Each instructor also gave a piece. Ice melon and a cup of milk tea. Really, the scorching sun soothes my heart. Jiang Ming is happy, the instructors are also happy, and the freshmen are going to cry. You devil, Wang Dong is a straight-tempered person, especially those of them who are closest to Jiang Ming, so the scent almost hits their faces. How can I bear this? Devil? The description is not accurate enough. Jiang Ming shook his head, put down the mutton chops in his hands, picked up a piece of ice-patterned melon and put it in front of a row of 9 people. No, it was his mouth walking by. Come, let me introduce to you the specialties of my hometown. Ice melon is produced in the semi-frozen soil close to the far north. Because it grows in the ice and snow, its pulp tastes very cool. How can I describe it? It's rustic and sweet. As Jiang Ming walked, he introduced the taste of ice melon. Ho Yu-heo and others were already numb. At such a close distance, they could even clearly feel the coolness coming from the ice-patterned melon. The 3 senses of sight, touch, and hearing are all exposed to the information, which makes the body feel eager and can't help but swallow. But Jiang Ming just refused to eat. Doesn't this deserve a beating? Jiang Ming suddenly stood in front of Wang Dong and said to himself, "You still know that you deserve a beating," Wang Dong almost said in a gnashing tone. Even the 20-level soul power pressure on his body didn't feel that much. It feels bad. Well, when you say that, I also feel that I deserve a beating. But, Jiang Ming changed his words and showed a gentle smile on his face. You can't beat me. In an instant, Wang Dong felt like his heart had been stabbed, and his emotions suddenly exploded. Regardless of how badly he was beaten by Jiang Ming before, with his eyes widened, he was about to rush forward to fight with Jiang Ming. Wang Dong, calm down. Calm down, Ho Yu-heo and Xiaoxiao on the left and right quickly reached out to grab Wang Dong. Jiang Ming's fighting power was terrifying. Xiaoxiao had seen it before, and Ho Yu-heo, although I didn't see it, I heard Wang Dong talk about it when I returned to the dormitory last night. Wang Dong's impulse probably resulted in another beating. Okay, why do you suddenly have such a bad taste? This round of soul power pressure ended and everyone began to rest. Zhang Lexun saw Jiang Ming teasing the new student. The pretty face smiled helplessly. Ahem, let's take a look at their concentration. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Jiang Ming coughed lightly and chose to listen to his wife. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ming picked up the loudspeaker soul guide and asked people to move all the things that had been prepared next to the square. The weather is a bit hot today. The instructor invites you to eat melon. Oh, by the way, girls, don't eat anything when they come, just drink some warm milk tea. This day's military training passed in the eyes of the freshmen who loved and hated them. In the next 10 days, Jiang Ming always used different tricks to torture them, but he also gave small surprises from time to time, which made the freshmen feel very anxious. After this hectic military training life lasted for 23 days, the ordinary military training ended. Next comes the more exciting Hell Week. Chapter 215. It's best to sleep with your eyes open at night. Ahem, very good. So far today, we have experienced a pleasant and rewarding military training. I know you are very reluctant to part with us, but there is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. Even if you are reluctant to part with us, the military training is about to end. PFFT. Listening to Jiang Ming's serious nonsense, Zhang Lexun couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. There are indeed a lot of gains. After all, in the past month, the freshmen have generally increased their soul power by 2 levels, so why don't they count as gains? But when it comes to happiness and reluctance, looking at the eagerness to escape in the young eyes of the freshman queue below, Zhang Lexun really didn't understand what Jiang Ming said. This is what he said. When Jiang Ming heard the laughter, he wanted to see who it was and planned to have a friendly exchange with him. It turned out to be Sister Lexun, so forget it. There is plenty of time for communication in the evening. The freshmen below didn't speak, not because they were really reluctant, but because they were afraid that they would lose control of themselves if they spoke. Even the instructors are the same. In the past month, Jiang Ming has not only tormented the freshmen, but also the instructors. I can only say that this is a hearty military training. Without further ado, You will officially enter the freshman teaching building and start studying. I will give you a word of caution. Study hard and make progress every day, okay? I officially declare that the military training for freshmen is over. Jiang Ming's voice of the end of military training came out from the amplified soul guide. The freshman queue was quiet for a second. Then it's over. The freshmen cheered instantly. Their joy was overflowing, and their excitement was just like collecting lucky money during the new year. Similar. But, Jiang Ming said, but the freshmen's happy expressions froze on their faces. After getting to know each other for nearly a month, they all know how perverted this chief instructor, the man known as the Big Devil, is. Don't be nervous, it doesn't matter to most people. Jiang Ming smiled and then said, ordinary military training has officially ended, and registration for the 1-week Hell Week event has begun. The registration fee is 100 gold soul coins. Everyone is welcome to sign up. Come, if you want to sign up, come to me. Jiang Ming took out a list, with a list in his left hand and a pen in his right hand, preparing to drag people to hell. There are already 20 names on this list. Except for Hou Yuhao and the others who decided on the 9 names on the first day, the remaining dozen are all good ones that he has observed over the past few days. Of course, if others want to make progress, he will be happy to take the initiative to sign up. The moment Jiang Ming took out a pen and paper, all the freshmen, almost all the freshmen, took a step back. No? Hell Week is very fun, Jiang Ming said with some disappointment. In the crowd, Hou Yuhao heard the term Hell Week and remembered the reminders from senior brother Bibai and teacher Xiaoya. Senior brother Bibai and teacher Xiaoya both said that this Hell Week is very dangerous, but now he really wants to participate. If nothing else, in the past month, his cultivation level has directly increased from the 11th level at the beginning to the current 14th level. As long as you break through one more level, you can reach Shrek Academy's minimum entrance level. It's just that he doesn't have 100 gold soul coins on him. Give you 10 minutes to think about it. Next, I will announce the list of freshmen who must participate in Hell Week. He said that. Jiang Ming took the list in his hand and said loudly, Hou Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xia Oxeo, Dai Hulbin. After calling out the 20 names on the list in one breath, Jiang Ming raised his head and said in a deep voice, those whose names have just been called, stand in front of me. Listen. Seeing Jiang Ming's serious tone and serious expression, almost subconsciously, the 20 people whose names were called ran to Jiang Ming and stood in 2 rows. Give me the registration fee of 100 gold soul coins, and I will be responsible for handing it over to the academy. Hearing this, everyone took out their storage soul guides. Gold soul coin. Some people are very relaxed and don't feel distressed at all. It seems that they have deep family backgrounds. Someone hesitated for a moment, but still took it out. Some people are very reluctant to part with it, as if they are cutting off flesh. When Hou Yuhao arrived, he lowered his head in embarrassment. I'll help you cushion it, remember to do it later. Jiang Ming glanced at Hou Yuhao and said seriously. Yes, Hou Yuhao nodded heavily. Jiang Ming handled this situation fairly well. After all, when he first brought in new students, Jiang Nanan didn't have the money to participate in Hell Week training. 10 minutes passed quickly. In the freshman queue of several hundred people, only a dozen people stood in front of Jiang Ming. Although Jiang Ming's training method is tiring, the effect is indeed very good. Some people choose progress between tiredness and progress. And there are some people whose minds are already active at a young age. Seeing that the list pointed out by Jiang Ming were all the freshmen who performed best in military training, they guessed that this Hell Week might be a little messy. You know, there is no additional charge for the 23 days of military training, but this Hell Week, there is a registration fee of 100 gold soul coins. It can be seen that this Hell Week is definitely not easy. There are benefits. More than 30 people stood in front of them in 4 rows. Jiang Ming was slightly satisfied. With this number of people, we can barely play. After collecting the money, Jiang Ming said a few words and dismissed everyone. He only said that those participating in Hell Week would gather at the school gate in the evening. In the evening, when more than 30 freshmen participating in Hell Week arrived at the school gate, Jiang Ming was already waiting here. Very good, no one is late. Let's go. With that said, Jiang Ming took out a flying sword and flew forward. Everyone, keep up. The freshman did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed Jiang Ming, who was flying in front, and ran into the distance. After running for a few kilometers, everyone saw a large building. I can't see clearly what it looks like inside, but the decoration at the door is very beautiful. The flowers are blooming and colorful, but the Hell Week training base sign on the door looks a bit awkward. Through the gate, everyone came to a place similar to Shrek Square. And here, there is already a row of instructors waiting. Old Dai, take them to see the dormitory. Dai? Yu Hang took a step forward, not caring about his two younger brothers, and led a group of people to a slightly shabby house. You will live here for the next 7 days. Go in and tidy up. Ho! Yu Hao and Wang Dong walked into the boys' dormitory on the left, but they seemed to be in a bad mood. Keep your head down. Just a reminder, it's best to sleep with your eyes open at night. Dai Yao Hang left a sentence before leaving, but no one understood what it meant. Until after 12 o'clock in the evening, a few figures quietly entered the boys' and girls' dormitories. How can you sleep at such a young age? Wake up, Jiang Ming shouted and threw the smoke bomb in his hand. Continue to try ruin tomorrow. Chapter 216, Survived, so good. The wake-up call service of the smoke bomb was very fast. In less than 3 seconds, all the freshmen in the male and female dormitories had woken up from their deep sleep or meditation. A pair of confused eyes looked at the smoke rising in the room. The smoke also had a spicy smell, which made people want to sneeze. What the hell is going on? In the boys' dormitory, Wang Dong looked at the smoke around him and couldn't understand what was going on. Don't be stunned, let's go out first. Ho Yu Hao grabbed Wang Dong's hand and ran out of the dormitory. This place has been wrapped in smoke and nothing can be seen. Only when you go out can you know what happened. Just when Ho Yu Hao was about to rush out of the door, the voice of Xianming I Swarm suddenly sounded. Yu Hao, be careful, there is a trap at the door. Hearing this, Ho Yu Hao rolled subconsciously and hit the wall next to him with Wang Dong. Before Wang Dong could ask why he didn't just rush out, Dai Huolbin, Zi Huanai and the 2 3-ring soul masters with the highest cultivation levels rushed out. However, after rushing out, they found that there was a big hole in the originally good ground. Forget about the big pit. With the strength of the 2 of them as 3-ring soul masters, they can easily jump over this pit. But where do these soul rays come from? Exclamation mark. Dense soul rays flew towards the door, blocking all spaces that could be jumped out. The 2 of them wanted to fight hard and try to see if they could rush out with these soul guiding rays. Dai Huolbin activated the 3rd soul skill White Tiger Vajra transformation, and Zihuanai also experienced a significant increase in body defense strength after being possessed by the martial soul. Unfortunately, these are of no use. Although the overwhelming soul rays are only at the 1st level of intensity, their characteristics are impact. With a high level of cultivation, there is no problem with one shot, but if you want to rush out, it is impossible. A few dozen meters away, Jiang Ming and a group of instructors stood in the night, looking at the embarrassment of the freshmen. Old Dai, are you a collaborator? Jiang Ming glanced at Dai Yu Hang beside him and asked softly. When he just threw the smoke bomb, most of the boys inside were awake, some were meditating, and some seemed to be prepared. Just like Dai Huolbin and Zihuanayu, when the smoke bombs went up, they rushed out without falling asleep or meditating at all. No, it's just a reminder, Dai. Yao Hang's mouth twitched slightly and he quietly stood a little away, for fear that Jiang Ming would settle a score with him. Even though the 2 of them were once roommates, Jiang Ming showed no mercy in a fight. Tips? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and a smile appeared on his face. Okay, after I finish training them, I'll give you some tips as well, Yulu. Dai Yao Hang was shocked. Jiang Ming's pointing out was not just any ordinary mentioning. Alice, it seems that this beating is inevitable. However, even with your kid's advice, these little guys' reaction speed is still very fast. Especially Jiang Ming looked at the door of the dormitory. Ho Yu Hao caught a wave of soul-guiding rays and ran out through the window with Wang Dong. If his mental power perception just now is correct, Ho Yu Hao should be the first one to rush out just now. But why did it stop again? Did he find out? No, can you discover the trap they said one by one? Oh, by the way, what is Ho Yu Hao's martial spirit? At this moment, Jiang Ming remembered that he didn't know Ho Yu Hao's martial spirit yet. Maybe it has something to do with his martial soul. Let me ask if I have a chance. Jiang Ming kept this matter in mind, and then picked up the 1st level soul guide in his hand. The shock ray began to roll call the new students who came out of the door. The girls on the other side are actually treated similarly, except that the 3 girls doing the roll call over there are Mazaya Ateo, Ling Lujin, and Zixi. Even though there were fewer people named on the girls' side, the 3 female instructors there were not very good-tempered. Especially for Mazaya Ateo, one soul guide shock ray in her hand is not enough, so she just uses 2 guns. The intensity of firepower is a little stronger than that of the boys. This fire coverage attack lasted for 10 minutes. Many people were beaten into the big pit at the door. There was nothing inside, but the fighting was so lively outside. How could they be willing to stay pit? As a result, one by one was beaten back, and in the end no one dared to show his head. Ho Yuheo, Wang Dong, and some freshmen who ran out behind them were already standing in front of Jiang Ming. You guys, what are you going to do? Wang Dong was furious when he saw Jiang Ming's face. It doesn't matter if you come here from the dormitory of Shrek Academy. If you throw smoke bombs into the room at night, it's still pepper-flavored. Can you be a human being? Exclamation mark. What? Looking at the angry pink-blue eyes in front of him, Jiang Ming smiled and said, isn't it obvious? Let's start training. After that, Jiang Ming waved his hand to stop all the soul guidance rays, and picked up a loudspeaker soul guidance device. Those who are still in the pit, come out and start training. Hearing this, a head suddenly popped up in the pit, confirming that the grinding soul ray was really after they were gone. They climbed out of the pit one after another. What did you say? Training now? It's night. Late at night. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Wang Dong's eyes widened, and his voice was a bit shrill. Jiang Ming rubbed his ears, frowned and said, I know exactly what I said. If you don't understand, just listen again. Start training. When it came to the 4 words start training, Jiang Ming's face was full of seriousness. Wang Dong was shocked. After so many days of military training, they had already known some of Jiang Ming's habits. When Jiang Ming puts on this expression, it's not a joke, it's an order. Wang Dong, let's go. Ho Yuheo on the side was afraid that Wang Dong would fight with Jiang Ming again, so he immediately pulled Wang Dong away. Without any warning, after being attacked by smoke bombs and soul rays, the Hell Week training suddenly started. The training intensity at the beginning was not very high, it was still the same soul power pressure. But after a few hours, the darkness between heaven and earth reached its peak, the moon had disappeared, and only the surrounding soul lights were still on. The real show began. With a snap, the soul guide lamp that illuminated the training area went out, and everyone fell into a state of confusion again. Jiang Ming's voice sounded. Let's play a game next. Please listen to the rules of the game. Among the 36 of you, I will select 3 werewolves every 10 minutes. The werewolves can gain vision in the dark environment and hunt others. At the same time, I will select a lamb, which is selected. The lamb can also gain vision. The goal of the werewolf is to kill the lamb within 10 minutes, and the other people are responsible for guarding the lamb. The lamb is hit by the werewolf's special weapon. If the werewolf successfully hunts the lamb, the werewolf will be rewarded. If not, the lamb and the person guarding the lamb will be rewarded. Of course, there will be a penalty for failure. The identities of the werewolf and the lamb are different. It will be made public and you will have to grope in the dark now. The game begins. Almost as soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, Ho Yuheo, Wang Dong, and Xia Oxio heard a soul power transmission in their ears. Congratulations, you have been selected. Werewolf. As the sound sounded, the 3 of them felt as if there was something extra in their hands. Wear it, and you will have the vision to peek at others in the dark. There are only 3 bullets in each gun, so use them with caution. At this moment, most people are still confused. They couldn't understand why this happened suddenly. Who do you think will win this first time? On the roof of the dormitory, Jiang Ming and his group looked at the freshmen below who were still confused. I bet on the lamb to win. In this dark environment, as long as one lamb does not reveal its identity, more than 30 people can persist for 10 minutes without getting hurt. It is not a difficult thing. I bet on the werewolf to win. In 10 minutes, as long as the werewolf is strong enough, it is not difficult to attack everyone. Guang, Yangmo and Chen Zifeng sided with the lamb and werewolf respectively, and the others also had their own minds speculation. Come on, if this is the case, then I will open the market and place your bets. Buy Ho Yuheo, Wang Dong Xia Oxio and 3 werewolves to win, and lose 3-1. Buy the lamb Ningxin, the winner will lose 1-1. When Jiang Ming heard that Gong Yangmo and Chen Zifeng were betting, he started to play the game as soon as he got interested. What? Ho Yuheo? The one with the lowest cultivation level? He is the only werewolf? Chen Zifeng was stunned for a moment, And then his firm confidence in the werewolf's victory was shaken. It's not that he has no confidence in werewolves, but Ho Yuheo's cultivation is too weak. And he only has a 10-year white soul ring. To put it bluntly, if Ningguang, the lamb, is placed in front of him, he may not be able to break through the defense. I beat the werewolf and win. 500 gold soul coins, Ling Luchen's cold voice sounded. Everyone looked at her in surprise, not quite understanding this behavior of giving money. Okay, Luchen will win against 100 werewolves, what about you? Jiang Ming looked at the others. I'll kill the lamb for 500, Gong Mo said proudly. 300, lamb, Zixi said expressionlessly. 1,000, lamb, Daiyao Heng's shot was 1,000, and he was worthy of being the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke's family. I'm 100, werewolf. Chen Zifeng hesitated for a moment, but still bet on werewolf. Then I'll just keep 100 werewolves, Yao. Haoxun whispered. Jiang Ming finally looked at Ma Ateo, but was choked back by Ma Ateo's words. Let me bet? I owe you so much money, do you really want me to commit myself to you? Hearing this, Jiang Ming laughed sarcastically and looked away. However, if senior sister is willing, I actually don't care. How about I ask senior sister in a few days? Ma Ateo said suddenly. In an instant, Jiang Ming was stunned. Several other people were also confused. Did they accidentally eat such a big melon? While the people above were confused, in the darkness below, the battle between the werewolf and the lamb began. Ho Yuheo's thinking is very clear. He doesn't have many attack methods. Although his first soul ring is 1,000,000 years old and has 4 soul skills, his cultivation level is too low. If you want to kill the lamb, you must first find the other 2 werewolf companions. With his mental detection skills, he can quickly find targets in the crowd. Wang Dong, are you a werewolf too? Wang Dong didn't seem to have any vision in Ho Yuheo's mental detection skills, so he was the first to find Wang Dong. Of course, if there's vision, in addition to being a werewolf, it may also be a lamb. However, if Wang Dong were a lamb, he would be able to complete the werewolf's mission just in time. Yuheo, are you a werewolf too? The 2 people's voices were very low, and their conversation was not noticed among some voices who had not yet understood the situation and were still asking loudly. Well, let's step aside slowly first. Let's not rush to attack. Let's observe, Ho. Yuheo said cautiously. 10 minutes sounds urgent, but in fact, 10 minutes is quite long. The space they are confined to is only more than 100 square meters. Once they find a lamb, they can attack in less than half a minute. Psychic detection. Ho Yuheo used his mental detection skill. The white soul ring was not eye-catching in the dark night because other freshmen had also activated their martial souls. Even in the dark, the mental detection skill can capture the subtle changes in other people. However, the game has just started now, and everyone's reactions are very similar. After turning on the martial spirit, they all looked around with wary faces. Yuheo, how should I find this? I can't tell who the lamb is at all. As time passed by, Wang Dong, who had a field of vision, still couldn't tell who the lamb was, and he became a little anxious in his heart. There's a penalty for losing. Wang Dong didn't even dare to think about the punishment Jiang Ming mentioned. Don't worry, wait. There's still time. Ho Yuheo is very calm. At times like this, whoever can't hold back will easily lose. But if we wait any longer, we will lose. As long as that lamb keeps doing it, we will. Wang Dong frowned and said in a deep voice. Ho Yuheo didn't speak, he was not waiting for the lamb. 1 more minute. A voice sounded from the darkness, reminding everyone. After hearing this reminder, the other werewolf finally couldn't stand it any longer. Fighting alone is the most difficult thing to endure, especially at this time. If you are stimulated when the final time limit is reached, people will often have an excessive emotion of giving it a try. Xian Oxio came to Zihuanayu, picked up the special soul ray in her hand and shot. Zihuanayu felt like he had been bitten by a mosquito. Normally, he would not have cared about the pain, but now is a tense time. He looked behind him almost subconsciously, and with a flash of his soul ring, he locked onto the sneak attacker behind him. You are a werewolf. Zihuanayu exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of others. At the same time, Ho Yuheo, who was hiding aside and had never made a move, his eyes lit up and he immediately used mental detection to observe the subtle reactions of everyone in the darkness. Suddenly, A confident smile flashed across Hou Yuheo's lips. Found you. Hou Yuheo directly pulled Wang Dong and ran towards the locked figure as fast as possible. While everyone was attracted by Zi Huanyu, only this figure quietly moved away from Zi Huanyu. You know, in this game, the only ones you need to worry about are werewolves and lambs. Even if ordinary people are hit by a werewolf's weapon, they will not lose. Under this kind of protection, if there are still people who subconsciously stay away from werewolves, then this person must be a lamb. Is it Ningdian? During Hou Yuheo's mental detection sharing, Wang Dong had already seen the figure marked by Hou Yuheo. Well, the lamb should be Ningtian. Hou Yuheo nodded, and then said, I will go over and be like this with Ningdian later. After Ningdian heard Zi Huanyu's voice, he immediately stayed away from Zi Huanyu. 1 minute to go and the lamb wins. As a third-ring soul master, Ningdian's senses are relatively sharp even in the dark. Hou Yuheo quietly approached. She noticed it immediately and immediately distanced herself. But what she didn't expect was that after pulling away, there was an attack coming from behind. It's a werewolf. Hou Yuheo screamed and immediately ran to Ningdian, who had narrowly avoided Wang Dong's bullet attack. This time, Ningdian did not distance himself from Hou Yuheo. The werewolf cry that Hou Yuheo just made her think that Hou Yuheo was on her side and the protector of the lambs. So, even if Hou Yuheo only has one ring, in this environment, she still needs Hou Yuheo's help to avoid the werewolf's attack in the last 10 seconds. Ningdian thought to himself, thinking that he had a chance to win. But the next moment, Hou Yuheo took out the gun and mercilessly shot the bullet inside Ningtian. And the 10 minutes are over, and there are only the last 3 seconds left. The game is over, the werewolf wins. As Jiang Ming's voice sounded, the surrounding lights suddenly lit up. At this time, everyone could clearly see the surrounding situation. Hou Yuheo, you are a werewolf too. Ningdian looked at Hou Yuheo in front of him in shock, with disbelief on his face. Hou Yuheo nodded sheepishly. Then what you shouted just now, lower your guard, Hou Yuheo explained. When Ningdian heard this, a look of annoyance suddenly appeared on his face. She has tried her best to hide herself, but she didn't expect it to be so hard to detect. Classmate, I'm sorry, I also want to be the lamb guardian, but I have no choice. After saying that, Hou Yuheo and Wang Dong walked up to Jiang Ming, and Xiaoxiao also came over with a look of amazement on his face. You guys are so awesome. You can actually endure it for so long. Others felt very uninvolved. They did nothing and the game was over. They were confused the whole time. The second round of the werewolf game begins. It's dark, please close your eyes. Before everyone could recover, the lights went out again. The selection of the werewolf and the lamb has been completed. At the same time, a voice sounded in Hou Yuheo's ears. Congratulations, you were selected as the lamb. No more words. After the first round, Hou Yuheo already knew how to play. In the sky, the silver moon was obscured by dark clouds, and there were still 2 hours until dawn. The time was still very long. Finally, after 12 rounds of the werewolf game, a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. It's dawn. And Xiaoxiao, the last one chosen as the lamb, looked at the dawn on the horizon, tears glistening in her big eyes, and she almost cried. It's great to have survived. There is one more chapter. It may be late. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Young Miao Maya is with ideas. Well, it's pretty good. Everyone's performance was great. After the game, Jiang Ming and the others appeared again among the freshmen before. At this time, the freshmen who had experienced intense activities throughout the second half of the night had dark circles around their eyes. Soul power pressure is actually not bad, after all, everyone is used to it. But the werewolf game that followed really tortured them both physically and mentally. In this broken game, they have to battle wits and courage. Beware of everyone around you, the werewolf will attack, and the defender must help the lamb escape the werewolf's attack. The battles are the simplest. The main reason is that the intrigue is too strenuous and the brain cells are burned several pounds. The freshmen stood in line and looked at Jiang Ming with a trace of fear in their eyes. Who is a good person who would do such a thing in the middle of the night? Everyone, don't look at me like that. Didn't I tell you before? This is Hell Week, so it's definitely different, Jiang Ming could see the resentment and fear in the eyes of the freshman. The resentment in his eyes was so great that he couldn't even ignore it. Here, first of all, congratulations to everyone for spending the first night of Hell Week. Well, an unforgettable night, Jiang Ming had a smile on his face, paired with the rays of the rising morning sun gave Jiang Ming a feeling of gentleness, tranquility, and sun-drenched warmth. The sun has risen, you have half an hour if you want to take a shower, go over there. If you want to eat, someone will take you there to eat. If you want to take a nap, you can do that, but you only have half an hour to do this. Come back for training in half an hour. Disband. Jiang Ming didn't talk nonsense. After simply finishing his words, he disappeared from the sight of the freshman. Take a shower. I want to take a shower. Wang Dong even possessed his martial spirit and flew towards the bathhouse. After the torture in the middle of the night, he urgently needed a bath to calm down. Hou Yuhao hesitated for a moment. Between eating and taking a bath, he finally chose to take a bath. In terms of time, as long as we don't go back to sleep, we have time to finish eating and bathing together. In the canteen at the Hell Week base, a delicious and nutritious breakfast is ready. In fact, before dawn, Jiang Ming started making breakfast for everyone. Right now, hot, freshly baked breakfast is placed in the cafeteria. He who eats breakfast, he can eat as much as he wants, don't waste it, Jiang Ming reminded the freshman who came over to eat while holding a dinner plate to prepare the meal. Besides, Gong Mo, who was also cooking, came over and said with a teasing face, "Great Demon King, what do you say?" Jiang Ming glanced at him, expressionless. "What do you mean?" Gong Mo touched Jiang Ming with his elbow and whispered, "Xiao Tao said it last night, what do you think?" Jiang Ming paused, raised his head and said helplessly, "Xiao Tao is just kidding, are you serious? Hurry up and eat your food, we have to train them today." After saying that, Jiang Ming found a place with a dinner plate and ate big gulps stand up. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jiang Ming was eating a little absent-mindedly. "Loud Eye, what do you think? What do you say?" Four boys, Guang Yangmo, Dai Yuhang, Chen Zifan, and Yao Haoxuan, sat together and communicated in low voices. "Why are you such a gossip? The big devil already has a senior sister. How can I say that you are not afraid that the senior sister will kill you?" Chen Zifan said angrily. "Who in the inner courtyard doesn't know that the great demon king and the senior sister are together? Having such an excellent partner as senior sister is already a blessing that many people can't ask for in their lifetimes. It's really... Oh, I'm just curious. I can feel that Xiao Tao has that intention towards the big devil. With Xiao Tao's character, it won't be possible if she and senior sister compete for men in the future. Go and eat your food. Shut up, shut up. Eat quickly, eat quickly." Before Gong Mo finished speaking, he was force-fed by four big men around him, and the scene was extremely violent at one point. As for the girls, Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luchen, and Zixi ate more quietly, without so much gossip. "Ma Xiaotao, what do you mean?" After Ling Luchen finished breakfast quickly, he looked at Ma Xiaotao with a pair of cold eyes. They have an ice attribute ability and a fire attribute ability, which are naturally incompatible. And their personalities are also very inconsistent, one is cold and the other is fiery. This has led to the fact that they have known each other for so many years, and their relationship has never been very good. "What do you mean?" Ma Xiaotao raised her head and drank a glass of milk and asked calmly. "You know what I mean." Ling Luchen's tone became a little more serious, and the temperature in the air seemed to have dropped a few degrees. "If you don't tell me, who knows what you mean?" Ma Xiaotao fought back without showing any weakness. With a dual blessing of ultimate fire and cultivation, she was completely suppressed in her aura. "Ling Luchen. That's what you mean?" Although Ling Luchen was suppressed, he was not afraid at all and instead asked again. "If you think that's what I mean, then that's what I mean." Ma Xiaotao raised her eyebrows slightly, the temperature in the air rose sharply, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be shooting out of flames. Period. Sixi sat upright, looking at the cold frost on the left, and the fiery flames on the right, feeling really curious in her heart. "What do you two mean?" Exclamation mark. She felt that her little brain was no longer enough, and she really couldn't understand what these two eldest sisters meant. In the end, the two failed to fight because Jiang Ming stopped. He knew what these two people meant, but this meaning was actually meaningless. I'm a little confused myself. Okay, now that you've finished eating, don't be sarcastic here. It's time to prepare for today's training, Jiang Ming left a few words and walked out of the cafeteria. When Jiang Ming arrived at the training base square, none of the freshmen had come yet. Half an hour has only passed 10 minutes, and many people have not even finished taking a shower. In fact, if the water is cut off at this time, smoke bombs may be thrown in the bathhouse. It's too immoral to do this. Half an hour passed quickly, and most of the freshmen had already gathered in the square. Old Zhao, grab the remaining people. The queue now is 3 rows, with 10 people in each row and 30 people in each row, which is very easy to count. Soon, the 6 Hanhun sleeping in the room were kicked out by Yao Heoxun. Did I say it's only half an hour? Jiang Ming looked at the 6 people and said in a calm tone. Tell me about it, a weak voice sounded. Then you are late. Do you know what punishment you will receive? Jiang Ming continued to ask. As soon as these words came out, the 6 people who were late were shocked. Military training has been held several times, and they have heard about the punishment for being late. Jiang Ming didn't say anything more. With a wave of his hands, Dai Yuheng and others took out the flying swords in tacit agreement. A few seconds later, the latecomers saw the scenery of 1,000 meters high altitude and the excitement of 1,000 meters vertical skydiving. The other freshmen stood on the ground, watching them embrace the blue sky and white clouds, roaring wantonly, and the sound shook the sky. Is this so exciting? Zion Oxio could not help but breathe quickly as she listened to the screams that could not be ignored. Fortunately, she restrained her urge to sleep. This guy must be a lunatic, At this height, if he misses, he will become meat paste. Wang Dong kept muttering in his mouth. As a soul master with a flying martial spirit, his usual flying height is only about 10 meters, and the ultimate flying height he has tried is only a few hundred meters. But now looking at their flying altitude, it is definitely close to 1,000 meters. If this fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Yes, this height is really a bit scary. Ho Yuheo couldn't help but swallowed. He is not afraid of heights, but this one is a bit underworld. Instructor Jiang, are you really not afraid of accidents? Ho Yuheo couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Hello, Zio Yuheo, look at what your instructor Jiang is doing, Xianmen. Bingxi's voice sounded, and Ho Yuheo's eyes subconsciously turned to Jiang Ming's look in the direction. I saw Jiang Ming standing there upright, with a pair of deep eyes looking at the sky intently, without even blinking. If I'm not mistaken, your instructor Jiang has already prepared a rescue work that failed, Xianmen. Binkin said softly. But, brother Xianmen, this is 1,000 meters. Can instructor Jiang really save me? Ho Yuheo still said with some worry. Yes, you don't think your instructor Jiang is weak, do you? He is at least a soul saint among you humans. Ho Yuheo was shocked. Instructor Jiang is the soul saint? But he looks very young. Xianmeng Bingshan turned over in Ho Yuheo's spiritual sea and said lazily, yes, he is estimated to be less than 20 years old. It is really true that you humans have such a genius. In Jiang Ming's focused eyes, the few people in the sky finally came down. Ho Yuheo didn't know what it would be like to experience free fall at an altitude of 1,000 meters, but he could somewhat imagine the 6 people whose legs were shaking so much that they couldn't stand still. Okay, the punishment for being late is over, you guys can take a moment. Jiang Ming walked up to the 6 people and stretched out his fingers to tap various acupuncture points on their bodies. Period. After one set, the condition of several people improved a lot. Immediately, Jiang Ming turned around and looked at the 30 freshmen who were already stunned. Before training, let's figure out the rewards and punishments of the werewolf game. He said that. Jiang Ming took out a list of names from the storage soul guide. I have a list of records here, as well as the recorded number of times you won and failed. We'll talk about the rewards later, let's deal with the punishments first. Jiang Ming picked up the list and started read. Ho Yuheo, won 9 times, failed 3 times, flew for 3 minutes. Wang Dong, won 8 times, failed 4 times, and flew for 4 minutes. Jiang Ming called his name. Another group of people flew into the sky. Because the number of instructors is limited, the number of people in the sky is kept at about 7. 10 minutes later, all the freshmen experienced the thrill of 1,000-meter free fall. They all also received acupuncture services from Jiang Ming. The punishment is over, now comes the reward. He said that, Jiang Ming took out a large box from the storage soul guide. Under the expectant eyes of the freshman, Jiang Ming opened the box. Inside was a gold, and there was no golden legend, but pieces of soul tools. This is your reward, the first level soul guide ray. The next training is about soul guides. Listen carefully and study hard. It will be of great benefit to you in the future. After saying this, Jiang Ming began to distribute soul guides to the freshman. Instructor, I don't want to learn soul guides. When he was dispatched to Wang Dong suddenly said. Jiang Ming was stunned, then frowned and asked, why? Give me reason. Wang Dong's face looked a little ugly. He looked at Jiang Ming and said solemnly, there is no reason, I just don't want to learn. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and noticed something was wrong. However, the training plan could not be delayed, so he skipped Wang Dong directly. After all the soul guidance rays were fired and Dai Yuhang and the others took the freshman to practice the soul guidance rays, Wang Dong took him aside. There is no one else here. Tell me, why don't you want to learn soul guidance? Wang Dong bit his lip and glanced at Ho Yuhao and others who were already training not far away, but still did not speak. Seeing Wang Dong like this, Jiang Ming did not force it anymore, but changed his approach. I don't know why you are so resistant to soul guides, but I think you are not a person who will always take advantage of others. The next development of the Soul Master world must be the combination of Soul Masters and Soul Tools. If you insist on taking advantage of this, you will be eliminated in the future. Make your own choice. Jiang Ming didn't say too much because he didn't know the reason why Wang Dong refused to learn the Soul Tool. The more he said, the more mistakes you might make. Actually, you shouldn't be opposed to soul guides in your heart. Don't rush to refute, just look at the storage soul guide on your body. Jiang Ming patted Wang Dong's shoulder, and then together with Dai Yuhang, began to train the freshmen to use soul guidance rays. Among the freshmen, there are actually many people with good family conditions. Before coming to Shrek Academy, they have already been exposed to soul tools and can even play with them very well. But some people are still very unfamiliar with the use of soul guides, just like Ho Yuhao. In fact, Ho Yuhao had used soul tools, and the relic given to him by his mother was a 5th level soul tool, the White Tiger Dagger. But Ho Yuhao has never been exposed to this kind of soul ray. During the training process, Jiang Ming discovered Ho Yuhao's talent in soul tools. It was also the first time I experienced Ho Yuhao's shared mental detection skill. After experiencing the skill for a while, Jiang Ming started to look at Ho Yuhao strangely. A 10-year soul ring has such a skill as mental detection? Can other cats share it? What kind of heaven-defying 10-year soul beast is this? Exclamation mark. Even if Ho Yuhao brought out that the martial soul mutated when he absorbed the soul ring, Jiang Ming would find it difficult to believe this explanation. It is indeed possible to mutate something like this, but it is really outrageous for a 10-year soul ring to mutate like this. Even if the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation, this is too exaggerated. Jiang Ming even felt that this was not a soul skill. Mental detection sharing, if you insist on talking about it, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are two soul skills. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Jiang Ming frowned and thought deeply for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's a good thing that you have this opportunity. As a martial soul, I think you will have great achievements in the research of soul guides. Study hard. Wait until you officially enroll. Come on, let me introduce you to someone who will be of great help to your soul guide training. Ho Yuhao nodded heavily. Whether it was a martial spirit or a soul guide, as long as he could become stronger, he was willing to learn it. On the sidelines, Wang Dong looked at Ho Yuhao, who was happily learning the soul tool, and felt a little empty in his heart. This feeling is called loneliness. It is not very difficult to learn to use the first level soul guide. After a brief teaching, the freshmen have almost learned it. Today's training is nothing else, it is all about the knowledge explanation and practical training of some soul tools. In the following hours, Hell Week continued. In addition to the soul guide teaching on the first day, the other 6 days were spent on training their willpower, physical strength, team battle coordination ability, and reaction skills. The training to exercise these is not an easy training. Each one tortures the 36 seedlings to the point of death. Of course, after 7 days, their abilities in all aspects have also been greatly improved. These 7 days will become one of the most unforgettable memories in their lives. On the last day of Hell Week, Jiang Ming showed an unprecedented kindness and allowed 36 seedlings to have a good sleep and return to the academy with a brand new look tomorrow. However, the little Meow Meow people didn't seem to appreciate it very much. Late at night, 36 seedlings quietly touched the outside of the dormitory where Jiang Ming and others lived, hoping to do something earth-shattering. Do you really want to do this? Xiao gestured with her hands and looked at Wang Dong beside her. Wang Dong didn't say anything, just nodded. Hou Yuhao hesitated to speak, but seeing that everyone else was so interested, he could only follow the trend. I don't know why, but he had an ominous premonition. Are the smoke bombs ready? The three soul masters, Dai Huolbin, Zi Huanai and Ningdan, took the lead. Under their leadership, the faces of the little Meow Meow people full of excitement. After being abused for so many days, I can finally fight back. Ready. The soul guide ray is also ready. Zi Huanai nodded seriously. Very good. Next, it's our turn to take revenge. Everyone was so confident that the hands holding the soul guiding ray couldn't help but tremble with excitement. But what they didn't realize was that when they surrounded the instructor's dormitory, Jiang Ming and several other instructors were sitting upstairs in their own dormitory, eating melon seed biscuits and watching the little Meow Meow with gusto action. Just kidding, without them deliberately leaking the news, how could the little Meow Meow people find where the smoke bomb is hidden? Oh, it's good for young people to have ideas, but they still lack some experience. Success every day. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 218. It would be a sin if the fight prevents development. Big Devil, what are we going to do next? If we don't take action, they will really throw smoke bombs. Guangyangmo sat next to Jiang Ming, turned around and asked softly. Jiang Ming chewed a melon seed, put the melon seed shell into a special garbage recycling soul guide, and looked at the young Meow Meow below. No rush. Let them have fun first. Below, after the final countdown, several people at the front simultaneously threw smoke bombs into the instructor's dormitory. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the entire dormitory, submerging the few bulging things on the bed that looked like they were sleeping. Successful, the faces of the little Meow Meows all showed smiles, and the soul guiding rays in their hands could not wait any longer. In the crowd, Hou Yuhao suddenly felt bad after seeing the smoke completely covering the instructor's dormitory. No, I fell into a trap. Wang Dong and Xiao beside them immediately looked at Hou Yuhao, somewhat confused as to why Hou Yuhao said that. Hou Yuhao's face was solemn and he said in a deep voice, with the strength of the instructors, they should be able to react the moment the smoke bomb goes in, but now there is no movement at all. There is definitely a problem. He said that, Hou Yuhao quickly retreated with Wang Dong and Xiao. At this time, the three soul masters at the front also noticed something was wrong. An agility and attack system soul master rushed into the dormitory and found that the protruding things on the bed turned out to be big pillows. Are you happy? You are happy, then it's time for us to be happy. Jiang Ming's voice suddenly sounded, and before the little Meow Meow people could react, it was like the sky like a divine soldier. He appeared in front of the little Meow Meow. With friendly smiles on their faces, they began to educate the young people about love. Come here, don't you want to mess with us? We don't have martial arts, we don't use soul power. 8 to 36, see if you can knock us down. As Jiang Ming spoke, his figure instantly appeared next to little Meow Meow. Isn't it exciting enough to embrace the sky last time? This time, let's embrace the night. He said that, Jiang Ming transformed into a powerful pitcher and threw the little Meow Meow with one hand. Up to heaven. The screams pierced the dark night and echoed in the empty training base for a long time. However, when he dropped to a certain height, Jiang Ming caught him with a big jump. Immediately, he looked at the other little Meow Meow who had just reacted, and chuckled, don't blame me for not reminding you, 10 seconds is enough, right? It was exactly 10 seconds from the time Jiang Ming threw the poor little Meow Meow into the sky until he successfully caught it. Do it. Following Jiang Ming's order, the 7 people behind him rushed directly into the crowd, including Guangyangmo, the auxiliary soul master. The auxiliary soul master's martial soul effect is only an auxiliary effect, but it is not only an auxiliary effect. What's more, even if you can't use martial souls, you still have soul guides. In the blink of an eye, Guangyangmo rushed to Xiao Meow, who only had one ring. He reached out and took the first-level soul guide ray from Xiao Meow's hand. Xiao Meow was stunned for a moment, and then she came to her senses. That's mine, Gonggang. Mo smiled charmingly and instantly became familiar with the feel of this soul-guiding ray. I know it's yours, so let's borrow it for a while. As he said that, Gonggang Mo actually pointed the soul ray directly at the opponent Biu. This poor little Mao Yihun was directly knocked away by the soul guide shock ray. Fortunately, he was in the state of possession of the martial soul and used his soul power in time, so he was not seriously injured. The other people's methods are a little more cruel than Gonggang Mo's. There are still differences in the fighting methods between fighting spirit masters and auxiliary spirit masters. After Dai Yuhang rushed into the crowd, he did not go to find other Xiaomao, but went directly to his own brother. How can I put it this way? As an elder brother, I am very happy to help my younger brother. White Tiger King Kong transformation. Dai Huolbin saw that his own brother was going to do something to him, and he didn't intend to sit still and wait for death. If he uses soul power and martial arts, it goes without saying that he can't beat him with a headshot. Dai Yuhang is 7 or 8 years older than him, and the difference in cultivation level is more than 30 levels. But if Dai Yuhang doesn't use martial arts and soul power, then there's really no telling who will fight who. Dai Huobin harbored the idea of beating up his own brother, and he was full of firepower from the moment he came up. Facing Dai Huobin, who was already in the White Tiger Vajra transformation state, Dai Yuhang did not choose to confront him head-on. If he could use his soul power, he could easily hit his brother with one hand. But if you can't use your soul power, you will definitely suffer a big loss if you insist on it. Dai Yuhang slipped and dodged Dai Huobin's tiger claw, and began to use the terrain to avoid and look for flaws. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The second is speed. The third is soul, Ning. Tian immediately provided boosts to the strongest combat powers. I'm not afraid of you without using soul power. Come, Z. Huanayu shouted, the soul ring on his body flashed, and with Ningtian's increase, his defense power increased to the extreme. Oh? Really? Mazaya Ateo looked at Zihuanayu quietly with her phoenix eyes. She stepped forward with her long legs and punched Zihuanayu back several meters. I'm going, why don't I have such a strong martial spirit, Z? Huanayu rubbed her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although he was not injured by this punch, it was still very painful. Come again. Mazaya Ateo didn't waste any time and charged again. The battlefield for others was also very fierce. Ling Luchan was surrounded by several Xiao Miao Miao, but the cold breath, coupled with the chilling fighting style of each one, made the Xiao Miao who besieged her the seedlings did not dare to approach easily. Chen Zifen's attacks were extremely sharp, and each time he hit the painful but not very injured areas, making a group of young Miao Miao extremely uncomfortable. Zixie's attack speed is very fast. The agility attack system is all about being fast, accurate and ruthless. In a short time, all the little ones around her fell down. Yao Heoxun was having a lot of fun, giving way here and there, enjoying himself. On Jiang Ming's side, he came to the trio of Hou Yuheo. Come on, you three come together, Jiang Ming hooked his hand and said softly. The 3-person team looked at each other, and Xiaoxiao Sanshang's soul-suppressing cauldron appeared first. The vibrating sound of the cauldron makes people feel dizzy, and it has an effect on the 2nd and even 3rd rings. But it's a pity that it is completely useless to Jiang Ming. Seeing that Wang Dong was about to use his butterfly god's light, Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance. He jumped up and reached out to pat Wang Dong on the back. In fact, it stands to reason that it would be better to hit the chest with a slap, but since he knew that this was a tomboy, he subconsciously paid attention to it. After all, it would be a sin if you were beaten to the point of being unable to develop psychic shock. Naturally, Hou Yuheo couldn't just sit idly by. Jiang Ming frowned, but still slapped it with his palm. In fact, Jiang Ming slapped Xiaoxiao and Hou Yuheo each in the blink of an eye, causing them to fall down. Where did you get so many soul skills one by one? What was just a spiritual shock? Chapter 219. Curious about our strength? Jiang Ming really couldn't see through Hou Yuheo. The 11th level soul power obtained the special recruitment quota from the Tang sect, a character that is more resolute than ordinary people, the talent and soul guidance tools, and the number of these soul skills. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Hou Yuheo also quickly explained, Instructor Jiang, my martial spirit is Spirit Eyes, and I also practiced a Tang sect's purple demon pupil, so I experimented with the skill. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. This explanation seemed to make sense. Purple demon eyes are the Tang sect's secret book for eye training, and coupled with Hou Yuheo's original martial soul eyes, it is very possible that some wonderful reactions will occur when the two are combined. That's it, that's okay, get up and continue. This inhumane battle of bullying and bullying lasted for half an hour. When the last stubborn species, Dai Huolbin, was slapped down by his brother Dai Yuhang, all 36 small seedlings with ideas fell to the ground. I can understand your mood, but before you do anything, use your brain first. Don't act rashly when you get angry. Jiang Ming waved his hand and asked Guangyang Mo to paint the Falun Xiaomai. They give out the water of life? Guangyang Mo said as he distributed the water of life. Have you never thought about why you got the smoke bomb so easily? Nor have you ever thought about why 36 of you ran out of the instructor's dormitory in a hurry and we didn't notice at all? Are you too confident? Or do you think we are weak? Hearing this, the little Miao Mayas lowered their heads one after another, feeling as if they had suddenly realized something. Sure enough, Hou Yuheo sighed softly. He had thought there was something wrong with this before, but unfortunately, he was still fooled. When you do something, think twice before you act, think carefully, and think more, so that you have a higher probability of success. Do you understand, Jiang? Ming looked at Xiaomai who was recovering them. Understood, Hou Yuheo nodded. I understand, Wang Dong and Xiaoxiao also continued. Why, are they the only three with mouths, Jiang? Ming looked at the other little Miao who didn't answer. The little Miao Mayas suddenly shook their bodies and said in unison, understood, louder, understood. The voice resounded throughout the training base, frightening away the nearby birds. Very good. It's getting late today. Let's go back to bed. It's really such a mess at night. After saying that, Jiang Ming yawned and walked towards the dormitory. The little Miao also returned to their dormitories somewhat dejectedly. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Jiang Ming was suffocated by the smoke inside, and the spicy smell in the air made him sneeze uncontrollably. Yuan, Jiang Ming hurried away from the dormitory. I definitely can't sleep in this environment. Big devil, this dormitory is full of smoke. It will take at least several hours to dissipate. Where should we sleep tonight, Guangyang? Mo glanced at the dormitory where smoke was constantly coming out, and said with some pain. From a certain point of view, the plan of the little Miao was successful. Where to sleep? It's already this hour and you're still sleeping? Pack up everything in the base, fill in the holes that need to be filled, close the doors that need to be closed, put away the tableware, tables, chairs, benches, etc. that need to be cleaned up. Come back to the college at dawn. After that, Jiang Ming patted his head and walked towards the cafeteria. There are still many of his personal tableware in the cafeteria, which cannot be left behind. As the morning light of a new day lights up, the warm sunshine shines on the earth, giving the whole world bright colors. At the gate of Shrek Academy, students from the first grade and above from the outer college got up early in the morning and gathered at the gate, seemingly waiting for something. The first-year freshmen who had just finished their military training looked at the seniors gathered at the school gate and asked curiously, "Seniors, what are you looking at?" The senior said softly, "Look at the juniors and juniors who are participating in Hell Week. This time is probably almost here." As soon as the senior finished speaking, the new junior student faintly heard the sound of an explosion. What's the sound? The junior student looked confused, while the senior student had a smile on his face. Coming, they are coming. The juniors and seniors stood on tiptoes and looked into the distance. I saw a group of small black dots moving towards the school gate 2 or 3 kilometers away from the school gate. And as they moved, there were explosions around them. Wang Dong, right, hide, left, hide. Wang Dong released his martial spirit, and the gorgeous butterfly wings behind him carried the weight of the two people, and they moved around in the hail of bullets. Oh, the mental detection skill is really useful. Behind the little Miao, Jiang Ming and his party of 8 stood on flying swords, holding soul guide rays, and chased closely. From time to time, they took out 1 or 2 bombs from their hands and threw them not far from the little Miao. The fire and noise caused by the explosion aroused the nerves of the young people. Run faster. Those behind you, keep up. Huanhe looks fat, but he is actually very agile. In the team of little Miao, he can actually run faster than some of the agility attack types. The Soul Master is even faster. When he saw someone behind him about to be hit by the soul ray, Zi Huanayu made a leap and blocked the soul ray. These instructors are really inhumane. Run, Zi Huanayu said through gritted teeth. If Jiang Ming hadn't said that everyone must arrive at the academy at the specified time, he would have arrived by now. Thank you, don't thank me, hurry up and leave. If you can't get to the academy on time, you don't know what these perverted instructors will do. Zi Huanayu directly pulled this unfamiliar guy and ran towards the entrance of the college quickly, not daring to delay at all. Fortunately, they have experienced a lot in the past 7 days and will not panic when faced with this situation. The Soul Masters with defensive spirits block the incoming soul rays, the auxiliary Soul Masters provide assistance, the fast agility and attack Soul Masters run with the auxiliary Soul Masters, and the attack and control Soul Masters assist the defensive Soul Masters block the Soul Guide Ray. The little ones were marching towards the school gate with difficulty, while the seniors at the school gate looked at this scene with smiles on their faces. How can I put it? As those who have experienced Hell Week training, they like to watch this. Finally, with the full cooperation of the little Meow Meow students, they finally passed through the school gate within the stipulated time. The embarrassed look shocked the freshmen who didn't know what was going on. Jiang Ming followed them into the academy, took out the badges he had prepared, and put them on them one by one. After putting on the badges and Jiang Ming officially announced the end of Hell Week training, the little Meow Meow all felt like they were in another world. These 7 days will become a profound memory in their lives. When Jiang Ming and others were about to leave, Ho Yuheo suddenly stopped them. Instructor Jiang, how strong are you? When the little Meow Meow heard this, they all looked at Jiang Ming and others. In the past 7 days, they have been tortured by Jiang Ming and others, and they were still tortured without even using their martial soul or even their soul power. 7 days, a full 7 days. They have never even seen the martial arts spirits and spirit rings of the 8 instructors. What Ho Yuheo is asking now is exactly what the little Meow Meow want to know. How strong are we? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and chuckled. You are destined to experience Hell Week training under our hands. Since you are curious about our strength, then, brothers and sisters, activate the martial arts. It's too cold today and my hands are frozen. Let's update it normally first. End of this chapter. Chapter 220 Instructor Jiang's strength is terrifying. Under the curious eyes of the young Meow Meow, Jiang Ming and others activated their martial arts spirits. The seniors who had experienced Hell Week training on the side were not very curious. The instructors who trained during Hell Week were usually disciples of the inner courtyard, and their cultivation level was around the Soul King level. The chief instructor's cultivation level would be 1 level higher. It's the Soul Emperor. But when Jiang Ming and others released their martial arts spirits and the spirit rings lit up one by one, everyone at the school gate was stunned. Hey guys, what about the configuration of multi-Soul King plus 1 Soul Emperor? Why does this look a little wrong? 3 5 rings. 4 6 rings. There is actually a 7th ring. Red. That's 100,000-year soul ring, too. Those are 200,000-year soul rings, eh? New student with a slightly weaker psychological endurance pointed at the 200,000-year soul rings suspended next to Jiang Ming, and was immediately frightened. Fall to the ground. Although Jiang Ming is already controlling the terrifying aura fluctuations released by the 100,000-year soul ring, the red that symbolizes 100,000 years, the ultimate color that symbolizes the age of the soul ring, is enough to shock people. No, it's not shock, it's shock. It's panic. 100,000-year soul ring, 99% of the soul masters have no chance to see a soul ring of this level. Now, seeing 200,000-year soul rings on a soul master, it was really eye-opening. How is it? Are you satisfied with our strength, Jiang? Ming looked at the frightened little Meow Meow with a smile on his face. He showed off his soul ring. In fact, it had been a long time since he showed off, and he wanted to show off in front of these young people. Looking at their surprised and frightened expressions, Jiang Ming felt really comfortable. Satisfied, Ho Yuheo grunted and swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in succession. 100,000-year soul ring. The chief instructor actually has 100,000-year soul ring. And there are 2 more. Who is he? Yu Hao. This instructor Jiang is definitely not simple. The 5th soul ring has absorbed 100,000-year soul ring. With the physical quality of the Soul King, this is impossible. Unless it is a soul beast sacrifice. And if it's not a sacrifice, then this person must be a twin martial soul. The aura on his body is not the 6th ring soul emperor, but at least the aura of the 7th ring soul emperor. The voice of Jiang Ming Bingsikan was in. There was a sound in Hou Yuheo's spiritual sea, which gave Hou Yuheo an even greater surprise. Twin martial souls. Instructor Jiang turns out to be a twin martial spirit. And according to what Brother Jiang Ming said, Instructor Jiang's other martial spirit already has 7 rings. But Instructor Jiang still looks so young. What a devilish genius he is. Hou Yuheo was continuously shocked, while Jiang Ming Bingsi's rather cute silkworm's face also became serious. He was sleeping just now, but he was suddenly awakened by a terrifying breath. When I looked up, I saw 2 dazzling red 100,000-year-old soul rings. At such a young age, the 5th and 6th spirit rings are 100,000 years old. This guy will definitely be the pinnacle of humanity in the future. A real ceiling. If he is really allowed to grow up, I am afraid that the top existence among the soul beasts will be completely unable to compete with him. Jiang Ming Bingsikan sighed in his heart. However, at this moment, Jiang Ming didn't have much compassion for the future of the soul beast. He has become Hou Yuheo's wisdom soul ring. He only needs to help Hou Yuheo become a god. The rest has nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Jiang Ming Bingsikan's big eyes froze, his mental power gathered, and he looked at Jiang Ming's 6th soul ring. This 100,000-year soul ring. 2 golden lines. There are actually 2 golden lines, Jiang Ming. Bingshu screamed, and his fat body unexpectedly moved directly. He turned over in Hou Yuheo's spiritual sea. Brother Jiang Ming, what's wrong with you? What 2 golden patterns? Hou Yuheo's big eyes were full of doubts. As a novice soul master, he didn't know what the golden patterns in the red soul ring represented. Hou, let me enlighten you. Generally, a 100,000-year soul ring only has 1 golden pattern, but if the soul beast it hunts has a cultivation level of more than 200,000 years, then the soul it produces there will be 2 golden patterns on the ring. By analogy, for every 100,000 years of cultivation, there will be 1 more golden pattern on the soul ring. Instructor Jiang's 6th soul ring, not only it is a 100,000-year-old soul ring. The 2 golden lines on it mean that his 6th soul ring was produced by a soul beast with a cultivation level of at least 200,000 years. Impossible. How can one of the 7 soul rings of a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast really be a sacrifice? Jiang Ming Bingsi was stunned. A 7-ring soul master can barely understand the ability to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring, but those with stronger mental strength can have the chance to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. But the 200,000-year-old ferocious beast soul ring, unless he is a title Douluo. Have all the ferocious beasts been sacrificed for 200,000 years? Does it mean he doesn't want to live anymore? Or maybe he has the same idea as me? That's not right. Even if he can think of a wisdom soul ring, he doesn't have me. How did he succeed with his spiritual power? Jiang Ming Bingsi kept chattering in Hou Yuheo's spiritual sea, completely unable to understand this phenomenon. Outside, under everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Ming and others put away their martial spirits and soul rings. Okay, you have seen our strength. The Hell Week training is over. If you perform well enough, you may be able to skip a grade and come to the inner courtyard to meet us. Then I will treat you to milk tea and barbecue. Goodbye. After that, Jiang Ming left with a group of people. Old Chen, Lao Yao Zixi, are you 3 lazy? Why are you still 5 rings? Jiang Ming asked with a dangerous look in his eyes. Great Demon King, do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Gonggang. Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes. The 6th Huan Soul Emperor really doesn't just have to break through. If he hadn't taken the essence of grass jelly, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the 6th ring now. Old Chen is already close. He only needs to break through the bottleneck of level 60. I am still a little short of level 58. Zixi is also at level 58. I will definitely be able to break through before the competition. Yao Heoxun said in a deep voice. In fact, their cultivation speed is already very fast. After raising their soul power by 2 levels under the rhythm of life, and opening up their meridians, they have already cultivated to the point where they are about to break through to the Soul Emperor. This kind of cultivation speed is definitely the first in the entire inner courtyard. But people are afraid of comparison. Their cultivation speed seems to be very fast, but beside them, Ling Luchen has advanced to Soul Emperor cultivation level 1 step ahead of them. Diao Heng and Guangyang Mo had already broken through the Soul Emperor a few months ago. And Ma Ateo is already a Soul Saint. Soul Saint. Still the Soul Saint with the ultimate fire. How can I put it? It's a lot of pressure. As for comparing with Jiang Ming, no one wants to compete with Jiang Ming. This is not on the same level at all. It is looking for abuse. Well, that's about it. There is less than a year left before the competition begins. By then, you will be the strongest team in the competition for a century, no, 1,000 years. Or even 10,000 years. This competition is destined to be written into the history books, Jiang Ming said firmly. The Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition is held every 5 years and has been held so many times over the past 10,000 years, but the lineup of Soul Emperors and Soul Saints is unprecedented. Everyone nodded firmly, with excitement in their eyes. However, there seemed to be a hint of sadness deep in Ma Ateo's eyes. After returning to the inner courtyard, everyone took the time to practice. They participated in the Hell Week training these days. Although they took the time to practice, the effect was not great. Why don't you go back, Jiang Ming looked at Ma Ateo and Ling Luchun, who were still in front of him, and said with some surprise. Yes, some people are capable of Soul Emperor cultivation. Go back and practice hard, Ma. Ateo grabbed Jiang Ming's arm, with a hint of a fake smile on her pretty cheek. Ling Luchun glanced at Ma Ateo but did not respond. She is indeed not as talented as Ma Ateo in cultivation, but Ling Luchun grabbed Jiang Ming's other arm and looked into Ma Ateo's aggressive eyes with his cold eyes. Seeing the two women looking at each other, Jiang Ming seemed to see two lightning bolts colliding in front of him. One is as aggressive as fire, the other is as cold as ice. Jiang Ming feels that his brain is a bit muggle. What kind of trouble is this? He remembered that the relationship between the two of them was not so bad before, right? Why has it become like this in the past few years? You're back? What are you, Zhang? Lexun wore a white training uniform, tied her long and smooth hair into a ponytail, walked up to the three of them, and looked at the entangled people with some surprise. 3 people. Jiang Ming looked at Sister Li Zhuan, and then at Ma Ateo and Ling Luchun on his left and right. Even the straight man seemed to realize something in his mind. Sister Lexun, Ateo Luchun and I are not who you think they are, Jiang Ming hurriedly wanted to explain. He didn't want Sister Lexun to misunderstand. The expression on Zhang Lexun's face looked calm, but this calm expression made Jiang Ming a little panicked. If he is angry, he can still explain and apologize. But this calm expression, with no emotion visible, is really a bit scary. Okay, you two let go of your hands, otherwise he will accidentally use too much force later, and you will be easily injured. Looking at the horse struggling to get his hands off the horse, Zhang Lexun said softly as Jiang Ming was released from Ateo and Ling Luchun's hands. Ma Ateo and Ling Luchun looked at each other. Although they were unwilling to do so, they still let go of Jiang Ming's arm. The senior sister has a very high prestige in the entire inner courtyard, and she is the idol worshipped by the girls in the inner courtyard. The two of them are no exception. Jiang Ming was granted amnesty. When he was reading online novels before, he liked to watch the plot where the male protagonist faced the sure field, but when this happened to him, the feeling was really not that wonderful. You two come with me and let's have a good talk, Zhang. Lexun looked at Ma Ateo and Ling Luchun and motioned for them to follow her. Seeing this, Jiang Ming quickly followed, but Zhang Lexun glared back. Why are you here to get involved in things between girls? If you have more time, go and clean up the house, and of this chapter, chapter 221. What did they say? How should I put it? As a man, is cleaning at home something that he should do? Exclamation mark. Yes. There is nothing you can do. If you don't listen to your wife, why don't you sleep on the floor at night? As a man, you must understand the principle of being able to bend and stretch. Although Jiang Ming is also very curious about what Sister Lexun will say to Ma Ateo and Ling Luchun. In the room, Jiang Ming was holding a broom and cleaning the clean room. With this level of cleanliness, there is no need to clean at all. Obviously, Sister Lexun asked him to clean the house just to scare him away. This made him even more curious about what Sister Li Zhuan would say to the two of them. Wait, they won't fight, right? When Jiang Ming had this idea, he immediately had the idea of throwing down the broom and going to the rescue. If these 3 women fight, there will be no suspense about the outcome. Ling Luchun is the Soul Emperor, and Mazaya Ateo is the soul saint. Although Mazaya Ateo already possesses the ultimate fire, Sister Lexun is a soul Douluo. Still a contra with a 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bone. Even if Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchen join forces, they can't defeat Sister Li Juan. You humans are really weird. You are obviously stronger than your partner, why do you want to listen to her? In the Sea of Spirit, Xiaoji shook his head, very dissatisfied. Explained Jiang Ming's approach. Opposite Xiaojiao, Rong was also unable to understand Jiang Ming's approach. Ever since the elves fell into deep sleep in the Book of Elves, Jiang Ming's spiritual sea has been a lot empty. Most of the time, Xiaojing and Rong are bored. You don't understand, this is love, Jiang Ming said righteously. Xiaojiu and Rong looked at each other and shook their heads. Even though their cultivation level is 100,000 or 200,000 years, and their real age is tens of thousands years old, they obviously don't understand much about love. I told you, you don't understand, love this thing, it's very mysterious. Not long after, Zhang Lexun came back, bringing Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchen with her. It seemed like there was no fighting and it was quite harmonious. Jiang Ming looked at them. Before he finished speaking, he was pulled by Sister Lexun and walked home. As I said, you don't have to worry about things between girls. As Zhang Lexun said this, she called Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchen to come in. You two come in too, I'll make more breakfast, ma. Zaya Ateo and Ling Luchen did not refuse. But while eating, Jiang Ming felt a little strange. In the past, he and Zhang Lexun ate alone in this house, and they could hug and feed each other during the meal, but now that there are two more light bulbs, he is really not used to it. Sister, can you cook, ma? Zaya Ateo took a sip of the porridge made by Zhang Lexun, and her eyes lit up. Well, I'm pretty good at it. I didn't make it very delicious before, so I studied with Jiang Ming for a while, Zhang Lexun said softly, with a happy smile on her face. Ling Luchen didn't say much, but after praising how delicious it was, he covered his head and drank the porridge. Jiang Ming looked neither to the left nor to the right, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and the only active parts of his body were his 10 toes. This atmosphere is really weird. What did they say? Yes, what on earth did they say? This breakfast took a long time, at least Jiang Ming felt that the time had really become very long. After eating, Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchen left. Jiang Ming pulled Sister Lexun to ask, but Sister Lexun didn't say anything. Even with a method of war of words to force a confession, Jiang Ming was unable to pry this confidential information out of Sister Li Juan's mouth. Just saying, senior sister is still senior sister. While Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun were quarreling with each other, on the other side, Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong washed up in the dormitory. They didn't even have time to eat breakfast and hurriedly ran towards the freshman teaching building. We're going to be late. Wang Dong was so anxious that he used his martial spirit and flew towards the freshman teaching building with Hou Yuhao. It's not that you don't want to rinse with me. It's not enough to simply rinse, but you have to wash separately, and it takes so long, Hou Yuhao said helplessly. Originally, they had enough time. When Jiang Ming rushed them to the academy, there was still half an hour before class started. In half an hour, I can rush to change clothes in the dormitory, and even have time to have breakfast. But Wang Dong didn't want to rinse with him. The two of them rinsed separately, which suddenly took a long time, and Wang Dong rinsed for even longer. This resulted in them being late just after taking a shower and changing clothes, without even eating. Hou Yuhao. Believe it or not, I will throw you down, Wang Dong said viciously. No, good brother, let's fly quickly. I heard that the teacher in our class is very strict. Hou Yuhao immediately gave up. At this point in time, if you throw him down, he will definitely be late. HMPH, hearing this, Wang Dong snorted softly, and the butterfly wings behind him flapped faster. 10 seconds later, the class bell rang, and Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong entered the classroom almost stepping on the bell. Looking at the looks from the whole class, especially the stern teacher on the podium, Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong hurriedly sat down in the empty seats. As soon as the two of them sat down, the teacher on the podium began to speak. Since some of you went to Hell Week training, I'll introduce you again. My name is Zhou Yi, and I am your class teacher. After finishing speaking, Zhou Yi looked at Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong who had just sat down, and said solemnly, Today, The first class has officially gathered together. So, everyone, stand up. Dozens of students in the whole class stood up instantly, and the reaction was very fast, and it can even be said to be very unified, since everyone is here today and the sun is just right outside. Let's go run 100 laps in the square. A few people who participated in the Hell Week training will stay. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, the students in the classroom immediately left the classroom and ran to Shrek Square. No one even came out to refute. During the military training, all students ran laps under the pressure of soul power. Now that there is no pressure from soul power, even if 100 laps is a bit more, in their hearts, it is just like that. In the classroom, Zhou Yi looked at the few people who were still left and said softly, "How does it feel like Hell Week, eh?" Few people looked at each other in confusion. After a quick glance, it was Hou Yuhao who finally spoke first. "Teacher Zhou, I gained a lot during the Hell Week training. This is the truth. With the intensity of these 7 days, I can't even imagine how much I gained." When Zhou Yi heard this, he was not surprised at all. This Hell Week training was personally conducted by Jiang Ming. Zhou Yi believed that this kid definitely had some new tricks up his sleeve. "Tell me about your experiences during these 7 days. Chapter 222 is really too impetuous." After Hou Yuhao and others told Zhou Yi their experiences of the past 7 days, more than 10 minutes had passed. Then well, I know, you guys should go out and run 100 laps too. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they immediately reacted without hesitation. "Turn around and run." During the Hell Week training, they had been tormented by Jiang Ming too many times, and they were completely able to adapt to such a sudden arrangement. It just focuses on a familiar person. Zhou Yi looked at the leaving figures of Hou Yuhao and others and shook his head slightly. Since the military training was organized in the outer courtyard, basically none of the students in her class were expelled by her. How could she be willing to expel students like these who had outstanding execution skills and never cheated or cheated? Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months passed quietly. In the past 2 months, Shrek Academy has been calm. The freshmen who have just entered school are gradually adapting to the new environment. The tough military training at the beginning of school seems to have happened a long time ago. However, most of the good habits developed during military training have been retained. In the inner courtyard, Jiang Ming has been practicing in the past few months. Before, he urged others to practice, so naturally he couldn't be lazy. Although he may not participate in this competition, it is always right to work harder and improve his strength while he is still in his golden cultivation age. It's a pity that during the few months he has been practicing, there is still no response from the Book of Elves. The elves are in deep sleep for who knows how long. Without the training assistance and blessing from the elves, Jiang Ming's training speed slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. In 2 months, he only improved 1 level of soul power. If this progress is compared to ordinary soul masters, it is already very fast. After all, it is the cultivation of soul power above the soul saint level. It is normal for the cultivation level to grow slowly. But for Jiang Ming, this cultivation speed is really too slow. It's like a person who is used to flying and taking high-speed trains, and suddenly switches to trains. A place that could be reached in a few hours before is now measured in days. This feeling is really uncomfortable. But there is no way. Cultivation is like this: the further you go, the slower it becomes. If there is no chance, you can only endure it slowly. Your heart is a little impetuous. Zhang Lexuan slowly opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Ming opposite. She has been practicing with Jiang Ming these days, and she can feel that Jiang Ming's mood is a little impetuous. "Yes, my cultivation is improving too slowly. I'm not used to it." Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is really unaccustomed. Zhang Lexuan was also a little helpless. It took 2 months to increase her soul power to the first level. At the level of Soul Saint, it was already very fast. After all, it takes 2 months to reach level 1 and 1 year to reach level 6. In less than 2 years, you will reach the threshold of Contra, and the speed has surpassed most geniuses. Forget it, if you don't calm down, your practice will be half the effort. Let's go out for a walk? We haven't gone out for several months, Jiang Ming suggested. In the past 2 months, they have been practicing at home, and it has been a long time since they went outside. Okay, Zhang Lexuan nodded and stretched out her hand. Jiang Ming pulled Sister Li Zhuan up, changed her clothes, and started walking hand in hand by Poseidon Lake. accompanied by the refreshing cool breeze, holding the hand of his lover beside him, looking at the sparkling luster of Poseidon Lake leisurely and relaxedly, Jiang Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbidity. Sure enough, combining work and rest is the correct way to practice. Jiang Ming sighed, suddenly looked at Sister Li Zhuan beside him, and said softly, Sister Lexuan, tell me, isn't this Poseidon Lake a bit too monotonous? Zhang Lexuan was stunned and looked at Jiang Ming with a frown. Monotonous? Jiang Ming pointed at the empty Poseidon Lake in front of him, his eyes flashing slightly. Yes, there's only a lake here. If we decorate it with some plants, such as lotuses, etc., given the environment in Poseidon Lake, maybe we can even grow lotus flowers into soul beasts. As Jiang Ming spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter. It's not just plants. Poseidon Lake is so large that we can raise some water attribute soul beasts in it, such as fish, shrimps, crabs, turtles, and, by the way, swans. Geese, geese, the song is singing to the sky, the white hair is floating on the green water, and the anthurium is stirring the clear waves. Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming, who was talking more and more enthusiastically, her mouth slightly opened, and she was a little surprised. This is Poseidon Lake. The central institution of Shrek Academy, Poseidon Island, is located here. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is one of the most important places on the mainland, but you are thinking of using this place for breeding? Is that a little too much? When the time comes, I will put a few more turtle spirit beasts in, and maybe I can tame these spirit beasts. At that time, there will be no need to row a boat across Poseidon Lake from the outer courtyard, and a bridge built by the spirit beasts will be formed directly on Poseidon Lake. Then how spectacular it would be. Jiang Ming seemed to be imagining that scene. How should I put it? That feeling was very advanced. Are you free and have nothing to do? Zhang Lexun asked softly. Jiang Ming's face suddenly dropped. Indeed, he feels a little free now with nothing to do. It's not idle. Who can think of changing Poseidon Lake into a zoo? He also trained the soul beasts to form a bridge. Wouldn't it be nice to meditate more when you have some free time? But I think it can really be done. At least it can make Poseidon Lake lively. Jiang Ming blinked, still having this idea. If you want to do this, I don't object, but you still have to say hello to the college. Zhang Lexun nodded slightly, took Jiang Ming's hand and continued to walk forward. What she didn't know was that Jiang Ming's idea would soon become an unforgettable memory in her life. Somehow, while strolling around, the two of them crossed Poseidon Lake and went to the outer courtyard. At this time, the outer courtyard is undergoing an important assessment. Freshman assessment. Originally, the assessment for freshmen started 3 months after the freshmen were admitted. However, because 1 month was allocated to military training, the assessment for first-year freshmen from other colleges started 2 months after the completion of military training. Here we go. With this excitement, Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun, who wanted to relax, naturally did not miss it and immediately came to the side of the freshman assessment. At the freshman assessment site, the dean of students, Duilin, and the head teachers of several first-grade classes were also present. After Jiang Ming saw Zhou Yi, he walked over to say hello. Teacher Zhou. Yi turned around and saw Jiang Ming, with a smile on her face. It's just that this smile looks a bit unsightly after wearing an unsightly middle-aged mask. Teacher Zhou, I still can't get used to this. You are so beautiful originally, but to look like this is really outrageous. Looking at Zhou, Jiang Ming couldn't help but complain about Yi, a middle-aged and elderly woman who had specially made her face look stern. Zhou Yi's original appearance was a charming beauty. There's nothing we can do, it looks more majestic this way. Zhou Yi smiled and caught Jiang Ming's hand with keen eyes. At this time, Jiang Ming's hands and Zhang Lexun's hands were still tightly held together. This move couldn't be more obvious. Mr. Zhuan said that you two are already together, and sure enough, congratulations, Zhou. Yi sighed. She didn't know much about Zhang Lexun, but as a student from the inner courtyard, she knew Zhang Lexun. Zhang Lexun has lived on Poseidon Island since she was a child, and her talent is also top-notch. I heard that she is now the senior sister of the inner courtyard. Being together with Jiang Ming, the big devil of the outer courtyard, is really a match made in heaven. Hearing this, Jiang Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. Although he is 19 years old, Zhou Yi was his teacher in the first grade of the outer courtyard and taught him so much knowledge before he entered the inner courtyard. In Jiang Ming's heart, Zhou Yi has always been a respectable elder. Being told this by an elder, I was still a little shy. You are so old, you should have a girlfriend. Treat them well. If I find out what you are doing, even though I can't beat you now, I will teach you a lesson. Zhou Yu warned Jiang Ming as an elder. Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly, and Zhang Lexun on the side also thanked him repeatedly. Soon, Zhou Yi and Zhang Lexun were talking and laughing. How should I put it? Friendship between women sometimes suddenly comes like a gust of wind. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ming became the one who was left out. Seeing Sister Li Zhuan and Teacher Zhou talking and laughing there, and even Teacher Zhou began to teach the experience of being a charioteer, Jiang Ming was a little stupid, and even wanted to take Sister Li Zhuan away immediately. Sister Lexun was originally a very gentle person. If Teacher Zhou persuaded her, Jiang Ming would feel sad for himself in the future just thinking about it. Unfortunately, after talking for a few minutes, Sister Li Zhuan and Teacher Zhou have become so in love with each other that he can't even pull them apart. What Jiang Ming doesn't know is that the age gap between Zhou Yi and Zhang Lexun is not very big. To be able to enter the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, you must have already practiced the soul sect in the outer courtyard. When Zhou Yi came to the outer courtyard to be a teacher 7 years ago, he was a talented soul king and was only in his 20s. Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun are 5 years apart, and Zhang Lexun and Zhou Yi are actually only 5 years apart. Zhou Yi is only about 30 years old now. There is not much age difference, they are both from the inner courtyard, and they both have romantic partners, so there is a lot to talk about. As time goes by, the friendship becomes deeper. But Sister Lexun is my partner. If Teacher Zhou and Sister Lexun become sisters, then, isn't there a bit of a confusion of seniority? What am I thinking about? Jiang Ming shook his head vigorously to get rid of some messy thoughts in his mind. It seems that his mind has been a little too impetuous recently. Too impetuous. At this moment, an assessment battle is about to begin in the assessment area below. The three-person team fighting was none other than Hou Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xia Oxiao. There should be another chapter. It will be later end of this chapter, chapter 223. I almost forgot about this soul bone. It's finally their group's turn. Seeing that the battle of Hou Yuhao's team was about to begin, Zhou Yi and Zhang Lexun also ended their heated conversation and stood next to Jiang Ming and looked at the assessment venue below. Teacher Zhou, are you also optimistic about Hou Yuhao's group? Jiang Ming asked in surprise. Zhou Yi nodded and said, they are from my class, Hou Yuhao, or the monitor of my class. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was even more surprised. Period. Teacher Zhou, Hou Yuhao's soul power should be the lowest in your class, right? Do you want him to be the monitor? Zhou Yi looked sideways at Jiang Ming and helped him domineeringly. He touched the edge of his glasses and whispered, why, it can't work. Jiang Ming waved his hands repeatedly and explained, I just didn't expect it. Do you also see what's special about Hou Yuhao? Regarding Hou Yuhao, Jiang Ming initially thought that this kid was just a guy with poor talent, but a strong willpower and pretty good luck. But after understanding his abilities, Jiang Ming knew that this kid was not simple. The original martial soul's eyes, the rare spiritual attribute soul master, and those soul skills that seemed to be one but were actually many, all showed that Hou Yuhao was not simple. Well, I can tell. His martial spirit is very suitable for the soul guidance department. I took him to see Fan Yu, Zhou Yi said softly. After seeing Hou Yuhao's magical sharing skill of mental detection, she introduced Hou Yuhao to Fan Yu. Unfortunately, Hou Yuhao's current soul power cultivation level is too low, and the distance of mental detection is still too small. Fan Yu plans to wait until Hou Yuhao's cultivation level can support his mental detection soul skill to reach a linear distance of 100 meters. And then accept him as a disciple. That's it, Jiang Ming nodded. Since Teacher Zhou had brought Hou Yuhao to see Teacher Fan Yu, there was no need for him to take him there specially. Like Zhou Yi, after experiencing Hou Yuhao's magical mental detection skills, he felt that he would have a bright future in soul guidance devices. It's begun, let's see how they perform, Zhou Yi's voice sounded. Below, the referee teacher has already called start. Do it, Hou Yuhao shouted softly. Xia Oxiao released the Sanchang soul-suppressing cauldron Wuhan at an extremely fast speed, and instantly released the soul skill cauldron shock. The three opponents they faced had 1 second level and 2 first level cultivation levels. Under Xia Oxiao's cauldron shock soul skill, they immediately became dizzy. Hou Yuhao's eyes narrowed and he used mental shock, adding another force to the three people who were in a dazed state. With this added force, The opponent could no longer stand firm. Before he could release his soul skills, Wang Dong in the sky came in front of him with a strike of his winged guillotine. Hou Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiaoxiao win. The entire battle process, from the referee's shout to the end of the game, took no more than 30 seconds. I tie my shoelaces almost at the beginning of the game. Once the shoelaces are tied, the game is over, quite suddenly. Well, I made a decisive move and grasped the timing very well, Jiang Ming couldn't help but comment. Although the overall strength of Hou Yuhao's three-person team is much stronger than the opponent, it is not so easy to kill the opponent instantly with a set of combos. This is all thanks to your Hell Week training, Joey nodded in agreement. This kind of decisiveness and cooperation is difficult to see in freshmen before military training is implemented. Don't dare, Teacher Joe teaches well, Jiang Ming raised his hand playfully. Joey smiled, but there was nothing he could do about this naughty proud disciple. Okay, I'm going to watch other students' games. You can continue shopping. Joey left after watching the game of Hou Yuhao's team. There were so many people in her class, and she wanted to watch competition from other students. In the next few days, the top 16 and top 8 of the freshman assessment were gradually born. What surprised Jiang Ming was that Teacher Joe actually set a goal for Hou Yuhao's team to get first place in the freshman assessment. This goal, if you just look at the superficial cultivation level, Hou Yuhao's team is really not a strong team. 1 first ring, 2 second rings, even if Wang Dong's second soul ring is 1,000 years old and Xiaoxiao is a twin martial soul, it is still very difficult to win the first place. At least, judging from the information Jiang Ming has, the hope of winning the first place is slim. During military training, he had learned about the new students' information. In addition to Xiaoxiao's twin martial souls and Wang Dong's 2,000-year-old soul ring, there are also people with martial soul fusion skills among the new students. The two sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, plus a strong second ring Wang Chushan team, can already pose a great threat to them. And the team led by the three soul masters Dai Huolbin, Zhi Huanao, and Ningdian poses an even greater threat. Especially Dai Huolbin's team, the third ring also adds a netherworld white tiger martial soul fusion skill. With this configuration, Jiang Ming's understanding of Hou Yuhao and the others is really unbeatable. The sharing of mental detection is amazing, and the attack method of mental shock is also very unexpected, but it is only one level and can do very little. In the face of absolute strength, it is impossible to win with ease. At least according to Jiang Ming's deduction, it is really unlikely. However, if Hou Yuhao has any trump cards, it's hard to say soon. The finals of the freshman assessment will come. The two teams that entered the finals were Hou Yuhao's team and Dai Huolbin's team. This result was within Jiang Ming's expectation. Dai Huolbin relied on absolute hard power, while Hou Yuhao used more unexpected tactics. Mental attacks are indeed a surprisingly successful move for freshmen who are generally in the first and second rings. The hard power of Wang Dong and Xiaoxiao, coupled with Hou Yuhao's mental detection cooperation, allowed them to advance to the finals with 1 first ring and 2 second rings. But facing Dai Huolbin and the others, it is a bit difficult. Old Du, who do you think will win next? To Du Weilin, Jiang Ming leaned his head over and said, Old Du? Jiang Ming, Yuhei, Lao Du, stop talking about those rules. If you really want to talk about the rules, I am now Mr. Mu's disciple, and Dean Yan is my senior brother. Jiang Ming said with a playful smile. Du Weilin thought for a while. It was true. Jiang Ming is now Mr. Mu's disciple. In terms of seniority, Jiang Ming's current seniority is astonishingly high. Shrek Academy. I'm optimistic about Dai Huolbin's side. Although Hou Yuhao's team is also very capable, Hou Yuhao's cultivation is too weak, not to mention Dai Huolbin and Zulu also have martial soul fusion skills. How can they lose? Du Weilin softly said. Hearing this, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, how about we make a bet, Du? Weilin frowned and sniffed vaguely. There is a hint of conspiracy. What are you betting on, Jiang? Ming looked down at the freshman assessment finals that were about to begin, and narrowed his eyes. I bet Hou Yuhao's team can win. If they win, you have to give me 10,000 gold soul coins. If they lose, I will give you a soul bone. Said then, Jiang Ming took out a box from the storage soul guide. Speaking of which, it seems that this soul bone was obtained during the freshman exam. If he hadn't seen this freshman exam, he would have almost forgotten that he still had such a soul bone. Du Weilin glanced at the box in Jiang Ming's hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. We all know that Jiang Ming is extremely rich now, but I didn't expect you to ask for 10,000 gold soul coins and soul bones. I won't gamble, I won't gamble. Again, I finished the work every day, and my hands and feet were freezing. It was so damn cold. Hurry up and hide under the quilt to find Sister Lijuan to keep you warm. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Get ready to be the mother of our child. Oh, coward. Seeing that Du Weilin was not fooled, Jiang Ming gave him a look of contempt. Back then, Teacher Mujin and I dared to bet Teacher Zhou Yi with 10,000 gold soul coins, but you, a dean, don't even have the courage to do so. The look on Du Weilin's face's expression froze and he stopped talking. That's 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you want for 10,000 copper soul coins? Exclamation mark. What happened to the dean? Is the dean very rich? Exclamation mark. No matter what you say, I just won't be fooled by you. A soul bone can be sold for at least 100,000 gold soul coins, but you bet me 10,000 gold soul coins. It's obvious that you're here to trick me. Du Weilin has not forgotten Jiang Ming's shrewdness. When he was in the outer courtyard, he dared to rely on his status as old disciple Mu to charge for tables and chairs in the cafeteria. Now he would be so kind as to give him soul bones? Can't believe a single punctuation mark. Well, how about a bet of 100,000 gold soul coins? Jiang Ming asked tentatively. Du Weilin raised the corners of his mouth with a smile. Gun, if you don't want to bet, why don't you gamble? Why are you swearing, Jiang? Ming sat up straight in his seat. At this moment, Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming. Are you rich? Zhang Lexun really didn't know much about Jiang Ming's assets. She only knew that he was writing and publishing books, and he also promoted mahjong tables and the like, making some money. Zhang Lexun helped out with these, so she knew something about them. Zhang Lexun really doesn't know much about other things. Huh? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then scratched his hair with a guilty conscience. No, it's just this soul bone. It was awarded to me by the college when I got first place in the freshman exam. I'm doing this for our future too, resources for future cultivation, soul guides. Everything costs money. Moreover, if we have children in the future, it will be very expensive to raise children. If there are two, this, Jiang Ming said with a very serious expression, as if he was already thinking about the future of the two of them. Detailed plans were made, including the child's clothes and the tuition for the child to attend Shrek when he was 12 years old. When Zhang Lexun heard Jiang Ming's careful calculation, she was completely shocked. Everyone was a little confused. Child? Jiang Ming nodded and said, yes, we will definitely have children in the future. Based on our conditions, the talents of future children will definitely not be bad. By then, whether they have outstanding achievements in martial arts or open up a future with soul guides, this will be those who want money. We parents need to plan carefully. Du Weilin, who had a fairly good hearing, was immediately shocked by Jiang Ming's shameless way of changing the topic. If we keep talking about this, we should also prepare money for our grandchildren. What are you going to do as a parent? I haven't thought that far yet. Logically speaking, Zhang Lexun is older than Jiang Ming, so she won't be led by Jiang Ming in this regard, but who can let Zhang Lexun be taken over by Jiang Ming? Before meeting Jiang Ming, she had never been in love. This time, she was as high as her parents and had 2 or 3 children. She was still a young lady. You didn't think so far? It doesn't matter, I will prepare everything. When the time comes, Sister Lexun, just prepare to be my bride and the mother of our child, okay? Jiang Ming held Zhang Lexun's hand, his bright eyes seemed to contain endless tenderness. Zhang Lexun's face was completely stained with blush, and she looked particularly pleasant. He looked at Jiang Ming's extremely gentle eyes and nodded subconsciously. Seeing this, Jiang Ming hugged Sister Lijuan into his arms. The two were deeply affectionate and loving. If it weren't for the fact that this was a public place, Jiang Ming would have started a verbal spat. If Du Weilin hadn't remembered that this was the freshman assessment final, he would have had the illusion that he shouldn't be sitting here. What are the two people doing next to you? Exclamation mark. This is the freshman assessment. Can you change the place where you spread the dog food? Ahem. The game starts. Hurry up, start, do. Whelan deliberately loudly reminded the referee below, mad. He didn't want to eat this dog food for a moment. While the dean of students, Du Whelan, was being fed dog food, the two old rival teachers below became stubborn again. Jiang Ming did not trick Du Whelan, but Zhou Yi and Mu Jin started gambling again. How should I put it? After losing 10,000 gold soul coins in the last gambling game, teacher Mu Jin hasn't learned his lesson yet. However, perhaps it is also because Dai Huolbin and the others have such a great chance of winning. As Dai Huolbin's class teacher, Mu Jin clearly knows the strength of Dai Huolbin's team. This is the strength that can definitely win the championship. Although the opposite Hou Yuhao team had many highlights in previous games, there was one link in it, which was a fatal flaw. Moreover, in the past 7 years, Zhou Yi and Fan Yu have evolved from lovers to husband and wife, which made Hibiscus, who also likes Fan Yu, jealous to the point of separation. When it comes to love, Zhou Yi and Fan Yu successfully cultivate love. In terms of cultivation, Zhou Yi and she are both in the 6th ring now. As for career, with Jiang Ming as his proud disciple, Mu Jin feels that there is little chance of surpassing Zhou Yi in this life. But at least this time, teacher Mu Jin is going to win back a victory. Having a team with 3 rings and 2 rings, as well as martial soul fusion skills, facing a team with 2 rings and 1 ring, this kind of must-win situation is one of the few she has. A chance to beat Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi happily agreed to Hibiscus. If it was a day ago, she would probably not have made the bet, because the strength shown by Hou Yuhao's team before was indeed unable to beat Dai Huolbin and the others, but just yesterday, she learned about Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong's trump card. With this trump card and Hou Yuhao's magical soul skills, they may not have no chance of winning. On the court, after hearing the urging of the teaching director Du Whelan, the referee quickly announced the start of the game. The freshman assessment finals have officially begun. Hou Yuhao looked at Dai Huolbin opposite, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. He had already recognized it during military training before, but there was no suitable opportunity at that time. Now, he and his friends want to defeat Dai Huolbin's team and win the first place in the freshman assessment. Xia Oxio, as soon as the battle began, Hou Yuhao asked Xia Oxio to use the Sansheng Soul Suppressing Cauldron to stun and control the field. But Dai Huolbin and the other 3 were obviously well prepared. When Xia Oxio used his soul skills, they were already prepared. Relying on their powerful soul cultivation, Dai Huolbin and the other 3 bravely withstood the dizzying effect of the Sansheng Soul Suppressing Cauldron and rushed towards Hou Yuhao. During Hell Week training, the instructors taught them a truth. In team battles, focus your strength first and cut off the opponent's crispy skin. After forming a situation of more and less, the chance of winning will be greatly improved. Chapter 225 Prejudgment and Taking Advantage of the Situation. Even though in Dai Huolbin's opinion, the overall strength of his side was far stronger than Hou Yuhao's, his experience during Hell Week still made him subconsciously choose the most correct method taught by the instructors. First kill the weakest Hou Yuhao, and then kill the annoying Xia Oxio next to him. The last Wang Dong, so what if his martial spirit can fly? 3 against 1, where can he fly? The strategy was correct. Even Zhou Yi in the stands frowned deeply when he saw this scene. Although Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong have trump cards, in terms of hard power, Dai Huolbin is definitely stronger. More importantly, Hou Yuhao's attack methods are very limited, and they basically rely on Wang Dong for damage. Hou Yuhao and Xia Oxio's martial arts spirits and skills are basically biased towards control. On the other hand, Dai Huolbin's team on the opposite side almost all have attack skills, and they can't beat Hou Yuhao's team head-on. Wang Dong, Hou Yuhao, who was both from the Hell Week training camp, knew very well that Dai Huolbin and the other 3 were here for him. But in this case, they had made speculations before the war. Since Dai Huolbin and the others want to cut into the back row, they might as well try to use it to their advantage. Taking advantage of Dai Huolbin and others' lack of understanding of Hou Yuhao's martial spirit, they held back Dai Huolbin, the main output force. Wang Dong, on the other hand, is looking for opportunities to use all his strength to kill Zulu in the opponent's team. Yes, Dai Huolbin and the others wanted to kill Crispy first, and Hou Yuhao and the others naturally knew where the gap in strength was. Dai Huolbin has a 3rd ring, which is difficult to handle, but what's even more difficult to handle is that he and Zulu have martial soul fusion skills. Once they use their martial soul fusion skills, the pressure on them will become extremely great. Preventing them from using martial soul fusion skills was their first step in planning before the war. As for Dai Huolbin and Zulu, who can produce martial soul fusion skills, it is obviously much easier to kill Zulu than Dai Huolbin. Of course, this fighting method has a premise. That is, Hou Yuheo must hold Dai Huolbin back. Once Hou Yuheo fails to hold off Dai Huolbin, or if Hou Yuheo holds off Dai Huolbin but is eliminated by Dai Huolbin, then this strategy will fail. Because even if Zulu and Hou Yuheo swap, without the martial soul fusion skills, the combination of Dai Huolbin and Kuieji is still stronger than the combination of Wang Dong and Xia Oxeo, and they will still lose. It can be said that the key to the game lies in Hou Yuheo and Dai Huolbin. However, Hou Yuheo wants to hold back Dai Huolbin in the third ring one by one. Is this possible? Even with Xia Oxeo performing auxiliary control, this is still a very difficult task. On the high platform, Jiang Ming also saw the thoughts of both parties. From his point of view, there is actually no big problem with the ideas of both parties. However, things like tactics require constant adaptability during battle. This is not acting, and you will not just follow the script. You must always have a mentality to face surprises and the ability to adapt to changes, in order to become the final winner. Hou Yuheo, can ye hold me back? Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. One ring can hold down 3 rings. Dai Huolbin's martial spirit is not weak. It is the top East martial spirit. Although Hou Yuheo's spiritual and martial spirit is magical, his physical strength is far inferior. In the field, Dai Huolbin, Kuieji and Zulu had already rushed not far in front of Hou Yuheo. With the strength of the 3 of them, they only needed 1 round to take away this ring one by one. Psychic shock. When Hou Yuheo faced the other 3, he was not afraid. He didn't even avoid them in advance, but faced them head-on. Zulu next to Dai Huolbin screamed in pain. Hou Yuheo's mental shock acted on her body. After going through Hell Week training and raising the soul power to level 15, plus eating a Zuanshu pill given by senior brother Biba in the past 2 months, and almost after practicing hard without sleep, Hou Yuheo's soul power has now reached level 18. This soul power level is not too far from the second ring. Therefore, the mental shock released by Hou Yuheo now, even if it is a second level Zulu, will be very painful if hit, and the combat effectiveness will be temporarily lost. Light of the Butterfly God. Wing Wing Gillidan, Wang Dong used 2 soul skills in succession. The 1000-year soul ring technique, the Light of the Butterfly God, temporarily suppressed Kuieji and Dai Huolbin for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Dong's winged Gillidan headed directly towards Zulu. As long as Zulu is kicked out of the field, their chances of winning will be greatly improved, and they can even win without using trump cards. Think I don't exist, White Tiger's fierce light wave, Dai Huolbin roared angrily, and a white light wave hit Wang Dong. As a third ring soul master, he also went through Hell Week training, so his reaction speed is very fast. Wang Dong was forced back by the white tiger's fierce light wave and took off again. But Dai Huolbin did not fight Wang Dong. His goal is very clear, that is to get rid of Hou Yuheo, who is closest to him first. I saw Dai Huolbin stretching out his tiger claw and slapping Hou Yuheo. If the palm of the third ringed soul master was real, it would cause great damage to Hou Yuheo, a first ringed soul master. Ghost Shadow, faced. With this blow, Hou Yuheo certainly did not intend to hit him head-on. Instead, he directly used Ghost Shadow to avoid Dai Huolbin's palm. 9 phoenixes come to Yizao. Originally it was difficult for Hou Yuheo to dodge this palm simply by relying on his Ghost Shadow, but at the critical moment, Xia Oxeo used her second weapon Soul, Jiafang comes to Yixio. Although this martial spirit does not have a soul ring attached to it, the martial spirit itself has a hysteresis effect. With just that moment of delay, Hou Yuheo narrowly avoided Dai Huolbin's attack. Xia Oxeo, be careful, Xia Oxeo knows how to cooperate, and Zulu and Kuieji are not here to watch the show. Almost a moment Xia Oxeo switched spirits, the 2 of them attacked Xia Oxeo in unison. Wang Dong is in the sky and it would be too difficult to defeat him. It would be a good choice to eliminate Xia Oxeo first. 3 live soul suppressing cauldron, the most important weapon of the country, the shock of the cauldron. When Zulu and Kuieji attacked, Xia Oxeo did not choose to escape. She controlled the auxiliary soul master alone. How could it be possible to outrun 2 agility and attack systems? Wang Dong. At the last moment, Xia Oxeo used all his strength and used the skills of the Sanshang soul suppressing cauldron, which stunned Zulu and Qiaji for a moment. Wang Dong also swooped down from the sky in an instant, trying to eliminate Zulu. Qiaji was stunned for a shorter time. As a soul master with a charm soul skill, her mental power is stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. Seeing Wang Dong flying towards Zulu, she immediately used her charm skills to block Wang Dong. Wang Dong was charmed for a moment, but still eliminated Qiaji in front of him. And Zulu also neatly eliminated Xiaoxiao, who had exhausted her soul power. I went to hang out for winter today, but I really can't make it. Tomorrow I have relatives from out of town coming to pay homage to my ancestors, so I can only update it as normal. I won't make it again on Saturday and Sunday. By the way, everyone please keep warm, it's been really cold recently. Thank you all for your votes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.